your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Happy Monday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are ready for a great week here. It is going to be a bit of a short week for me. I know, but I am headed to Chicago. And I will be going to a conference, to a summit out there in Chicago for kind of media in general. So I'm really excited. I don't really get to do a lot of I've never really gone to too many conferences. My wife goes to a ton, and they always look like fun. So I'll be out Thursday and Friday. More info for you coming up as we get later in the week. So I'm here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Like I said, we will give you the updates as we know who will be filling in for your boy, but we got a lot of time before then, and we have a lot to talk about as we learned over the weekend that the Kings will move on from Jay Triano, just as we kind of thought once that report came out about the offense being brought up and, production from certain players changing. The writing was on the wall. We spent a lot of time on Jay Triano, and I know a lot of fans wanted him to stay, but when there's a report that comes out during the season that, hey, one of these two guys needs to be fired, and one of those guys is still there. One guy left, and the other guy was still there. Like I said, I think the writing was on the wall. At this point, we can joke about the actual beam. Of course, I would never actually discuss getting rid of it, but it does feel like almost everything from the beam team era is getting cleared out a bit and cleaned out a bit, besides Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk. So that's really all we know is going to return from kind of that time period. And as we learn more about who Doug Christie is going to target on his squad, funny enough, when we had Doug, I asked him straight up if you feel like you need an former NBA head coach on the squad and on the coaching staff. He didn't necessarily answer that. Then over the weekend, Mike Woodson, per Sam Amick, Mike Woodson, his name pops up as he will be targeted as an assistant coach. Mike Woodson in the college ranks right now, and he is looking to get on back to the NBA. We did some research. It looks like Doug doesn't really have any connection with Mike Woodson. We're still kind of breaking all that down, but seems like this is kind of a Scott Perry thing. And that's what Doug said during his presser, that he's going to lean on Scott Perry in these moments. And it said the quote was top assistant. So that kind of sounds like first chair to me, but top assistant. So we will discuss that as Ty Lue loses, and now we'll see if he is available. Does that change how you feel about how the Kings, if you said, hey, Allen, you said not to care about the process and we're moving on, but now all of a sudden, Ty Lue may be available as the Clippers have nowhere to go, and I will spin the block on Kawhi, by the way. If Kawhi was healthy, well, he was, and they kind of tricked off that whole series and they went home. But the Clippers, no clue where they're going to go next, whether that's James Harden, whether that's Kawhi Leonard. James Harden has a player option, by the way. Whether that's Kawhi Leonard, who deserves the blame? Obviously, James Harden did not have a good Game 7. That's putting it lightly. And anybody from that Clippers squad that you may or may not be interested in. And with that being said, Ty Lue could have helped the Kings, I think. Ty Lue, again, not fired yet, and he might not be fired. And something like Ty Lue, it kind of comes down to, hey, this is more of we need to go in a different direction, right? It's funny, and we always discuss the PR for certain coaches, and they didn't necessarily blow a 3-1 lead or anything like that, but they did blow opportunities. But nobody is really looking at Ty Lue any differently. They're looking at James Harden, maybe the same way they've been looking at James Harden. He's never going to get over the hump. And nobody is saying anything about Kawhi. So the Clippers might be the weirdest team, as everybody was ready to get out their 3-1 spears and stab the Warriors if they blew that, and they would have earned it if they blew that. But somehow, some way, the Clippers are unscathed. As a team, nobody believes in them. But as separate players and entities and coaches, Nobody took a hit besides James Harden, and a lot of people just never believed in James Harden anyway. So does that change the process and how they got Doug Christie and what you feel about that, where Ty Lue might be available? We'll discuss all that. We have some second-round previews for you. We are going to get into some Niners today. We are going to get into some NFL today. As the second round is starting to kick off, obviously plenty of Kings as always, but these numbers for Brock Purdy and what it looks like he's going to make, we've been trying to tell y'all this brother's going to get paid. And some crazy numbers. I've seen 60 mil. I've seen 55 mil. We don't think it's going to be 60, but it's been discussed. How much of that is just coming from Brock's agent? So we'll break down Brock Purdy, the NFC West, where the Niners fall as far as their schedule is concerned. And did they make the right decision making George Kittle the highest paid tight end in history? And he will probably finish out his career with the Niners. And the Niners turned down a second-round pick the day before the draft in order to keep George Kittle. So we have that coming up. I see someone on the text line, 530, where's the A's talk? This is crazy. We'll stop at 530. We probably talk about the A's the most on this show, more than any other show in Sacramento. So give it a rest, please. The show just started. We're 7 minutes into the show.
I don't know, Alan. They talked to JP Sears about golf.
They get the morning show gets the guests, but they're not talking A's.
No, they talked to JP Sears for 8 minutes about golf.
We got a coach's show every Tuesday, 530, okay? And we're the ones talking about Nick Kurtz. We're the ones talking about Tyler Soderstrom. So it's too early. I haven't had my coffee yet. Don't tick me off on a Monday.
Tune in at 12:45, maybe?
Yeah, do not tick me off on a Monday. We are the ones talking A's in all of Sacramento. So don't start with me. Take your boo-hooing somewhere else. Thank you. I'm going to go get it during this break. We got a quick break. Playoff playback. What did the first round teach you about the Kings? What did the first round teach you about the Kings? Because it taught me a lot. And it taught me about roles. It taught me and it reminded me that roles are very important in life. Whether that's in your business job, whether that's in your house, in your home, with your kids, with your significant other, with your family, with your friends, roles are important in life. And I look around at the teams that are left, and whether or not some of them might get lucky injury-wise, like the Pacers, every single round, they just do not face a healthy team, whether it's the Pacers, whether it's those hated Warriors, whether it's the Cavs, obviously, who lost their first game, or the Celtics and the Knicks who kick off, the Timberwolves. These teams, those players have roles. And I look at the Sacramento Kings and what we just watched, not just this season, but I would say last season as well, or 2 seasons ago, because the King season's over. I have my little sister who doesn't follow sports at all, and she calls me yesterday, and we're just talking, and, asking me how the show's going. I say, yeah, it's going good, blah, 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 blah. She says, oh, so the season's over. I said, for the Kings it is. The season's over for the Kings. The NBA is not over. But the Kings season is over. She was very confused. The Kings are done. But basketball is still being played at a very high level. And being played with teams that all have roles. You look at the Timberwolves. Ant's the guy. Jaden McDaniels, defend and shoot threes. Naz Reid, give us that offensive pop. Julius Randle, same thing. Space the floor along with Naz Reid. Mike Conley, just kind of steer the ship a little bit, but honestly, you're just there to keep people in line. You play 30 minutes, you record 3 assists as a point guard. Meanwhile, Anthony Edwards has 8. Mike Conley, just make sure everybody's organized. That's your job. The Thunder. Shea, you go, we follow. Chet, you space the floor. Hardenstein, you get the rebounds. Jalen Williams, you be that curveball. They all have roles. And I look back at the Sacramento Kings and I'm thinking, okay, all right, hold on. Give me a second here. Okay, well, Zach LaVine, you are the number 2 option, right? Okay. Yeah, you do that and shoot threes, and we kind of need you to score. But DeMar, you're also the number 1 scoring option, so dribble the air out of the basketball. And Keegan, you fit somewhere. Go defend somebody and shoot a 3 if you're open, and please don't miss because you're only going to get 3 shots because of the other guys. Sabonis, yeah, you're the point center, but you also need a point guard, and you don't really score at a high level, but go get some rebounds. What's going on? No roles. No roles. And defensively, God help us. So Scott Perry is here. Doug Christie is here. Mike Woodson, it's not for sure yet. It is not finalized, but you get a guy with a ton of experience. You're going to need somebody, I think, on the offensive side of the basketball and start to figure out and cut in clear separation. You do this, you do this, you do this. Because the only guys that really had roles were the role players. And that's not necessarily how it goes in the NBA, especially in the playoffs. Stars can have roles, not just the role players. So how do the Kings get back on the right track? We got Niners. We got A's for the 5-3-0, and we got plenty of Kings. 4 hours with you. What did the first round teach you about the Sacramento Kings? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
The first round is over for the NBA playoffs. What did that teach you about the Sacramento Kings? Well, from N, it just says N on the Sac Chat or the Chat Mob. N says, reminded me that we suck. Fair enough.
I still think they would have done better than the Grizzlies.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Every time I want to believe that, I think about the Mavericks game. Are we just saying, if that's your take, how do you explain the Mavericks game? Because I can't say that when they lost to the Mavericks that way. Not just losing to the Mavericks that way at home. It feels disrespectful to the Grizzlies to say, who beat those Mavericks at home, that the Kings would have done better than the Mavericks.
Oh, my bar is not that they would have done well. I think they would have done very poorly against Oklahoma City. My point is just, I don't think they would have had the worst game 1 loss in the history of the NBA playoffs.
Yeah. And
blow a 29-point lead in their first playoff game at Golden One Center. Just saying.
Well, it's not apples to apples because they don't have a definitive number 1. I mean, I guess take out, they're up 29 and you take out DeMar, or first of all, they just never would have been up 29. Let's just start there. But if they were, then DeMar goes down or Zach LaVine goes down. I don't know, brother. Do you remember what the Thunder did? The Thunder destroyed the Kings all season long, and the Kings never faced Jalen Williams once.
Yes, I do remember, and I believe they would have been swept without question. My only point is that it couldn't have been worse than the Grizzlies.
No, I mean, fine, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's where we're at.
A 51-point loss. I think they would have not lost by 51 in that first playoff game, which By the way, Oklahoma City, someone brought up the graph for them at this point. Since April 11th, which is now 25 days ago, they've played 4 basketball games.
Yeah. So we'll see how they look, but if they come out and look sluggish and here we go, they had too much time off. I think this is the best. The NBA got exactly what they want, and we've talked about some NBA haters before that kind of, the NFL. Look, everybody loves the NFL. We get that, but there are certain people out there that like to hate on the NBA for particular reasons, and there's been a lot of silence. And look, man, as much as a lot of people out here in Sacramento don't love the Warriors, Adam Silver was praying that Fred VanVleet did not, because he did turn back into 2019 Fred VanVleet for a couple games, but Adam Silver was praying to the basketball gods for the Warriors to win that game, because Rockets Timberwolves would have been a ratings nightmare, no disrespect. And I think the flip side of it is not how bad Rockets Timberwolves would have been, but how good Timberwolves and Warriors will be. And if look, OKC's OKC, but at least you get to play Jokic, and Westbrook is cussing everybody out. So this is exactly how the NBA drew it up based on who was in the field. Of course, besides the Lakers losing, of course.
Part of this is conferences, but I'm just thinking, when was the last time we had the 2 best players in the NBA meet in a playoff series?
Yeah. And second, early too.
Yeah, that was probably the 2019 finals, my guess.
This is the MVP battle. This is the MVP battle, right? So I think the Western Conference looks great. The Eastern Conference, Celtics, Knicks. Really, really a great situation for the NBA based on. And look, and you have I'm sorry, Tyrese Halliburton is compelling. He is just. He's a magnet. You have to watch him. You have to.
They just went into Cleveland and whooped them in game 1.
No Darius Garland, all-star guard.
I agree, but they don't face.
Look, sometimes somebody said to me, well, maybe that's their best strength, just being healthier than other teams. I had a Pacers fan get in my mentions yesterday because I said, I'm not hating, but this is kind of crazy. And he said, they were missing Benedict Mathurin last season. Okay. As they played the Bucks with no Giannis. Have some shame. I'm not even hating.
They had no Aaron Nesmith last night, Allen. Come on.
Sorry. I'm sorry. How many All-Stars he has?
Cleveland was winning that game in the fourth quarter without Darius Garland, and Indiana just clapped him in the fourth quarter.
It's outstanding stuff. And to bring it back to the Kings and what I saw, I thought about this, and we talk a lot about models, and obviously not the runway. I'm trying to get in trouble. Obviously, the Timberwolves model is different than the Kings because they have Rudy Gobert, who is crazy defensively. The Kings don't have anybody like that. And then they have Julius Randle, who the Kings don't really have anybody like that as well. But from the backcourt position, I was thinking about the fact that Mike Conley is just kind of there for moral support. He doesn't really do too much at this point in time. Rob Dillingham, I don't know that, he's definitely not going to get any time. He couldn't even get time during the regular season. But Mike Conley just is kind of an organizer. He doesn't really have the basketball. He'll play 30 minutes, and he'll have 3 assists. He'll have 6 points, but maybe those 2 threes, and he's done it to the Kings, will be the most important threes of the game. And I was watching, thinking, I wonder if in the Kings' mind, because Anthony Edwards is essentially their point guard, even though he's not. I wonder if the Kings making that move for Zach LaVine, hang with me, if they thought that Zach LaVine could be a generic brand Anthony Edwards. In their mind, okay, this guy is going to shoot a ton of threes, but he's going to do enough playmaking to survive the fact that now Mike Conley still can play the point guard position, but he doesn't really do it. And I guess he doesn't really have to. The difference is Zach LaVine kind of would have had to, but at that time you're thinking, hey, if Zach LaVine can be a poor man's Anthony Edwards and just Anthony Edwards, his last game against the Lakers had 8 assists. He can go off assist-wise because he's used to getting doubles and stuff. And then you have Malik Monk, who is kind of doing the two-man game with Sabonis, which we never saw. But in their mind, they're thinking we can piecemeal this point guard thing together. Zach LaVine, underrated passer. DeMar DeRozan, underrated passer. And then you have Malik doing the two-man thing, and he can distribute the basketball. And obviously it didn't work. But as I was watching, and the Timberwolves have been done, but just watching basketball in general, I just thought, you know what? If you look at these shooting guards that do handle the basketball a good bit, I wonder if in the Kings' mind, hey, there's a bunch of shooting guards a la Anthony Edwards that are distributing the basketball. We should be able to get away with this. And I don't know how many turnovers Anthony Edwards averages a game. I'm sure it's probably decent, but we should be able to get away with this, and they just weren't.
It's interesting because once the Malik Monk point guard experiment, and part of it was injuries, but once it looked like that experiment wasn't going to work, they kind of went with that, but DeRozan being the playmaker. And I don't know, because I think most of us agree DeRozan was kind of the number one in that offense by the end of the season. In moments it would be Zach, but
it was DeMar. DeMar.
So in a way, it was kind of like they never tried that with LaVine. And we could talk all about LaVine going to the corner and shooting threes and all the stuff like that. But in a way, they kind of did that with DeRozan, but I don't think anyone's going to say DeRozan is a antiquated version of Anthony Edwards because their games were never that similar.
No, I think they thought it could be LaVine. We're paying you what we're paying you. The ball's going to be in your hand a ton. You do what you need to do. He was averaging, I think, just under, 5 assists with the Bulls. So that's not bad. Look, this is why the game isn't played on paper. Because if you look at the Kings on paper, there should have been enough playmaking to get away with the fact that you didn't have an actual point guard. And that's what's so funny about this, right? I know Mike Conley is not making a league minimum or whatever, but let's just play the game and add Mike Conley to the Kings next season. How much better are they? Mike Conley's a good point guard. He hasn't really been doing too much point guarding lately. I don't know how much better the Kings are.
Is this a scenario where it's Mike Conley, Malik, Zach, and DeRozan all coming back?
Sure, yes. But obviously not playing at the same time, whatever those rotations look like.
Yeah.
I don't know. And we're all just saying, I guess to take a step back, we're all just screaming point guard, point guard, point guard. But I do think they have to be very careful in who they select. We talked about Colin Sexton. Colin Sexton is a score-first point guard. He's not helping this team. Mike Conley, I think he could. The Mike Conley in my mind, not the Mike Conley that's currently on the Timberwolves. So they need to be very careful, and they have to be very selective with who they bring in. And it's almost as if they need to go back and look at the tape. They need to figure out if DeMar is going to be here. They can't really do anything until they figure out what are we doing with DeMar, because I think that everything changes the type of point guard that you need. And watching this weekend and seeing 8,000 different versions of a point guard, now we just went through this with DeMar. We need to upgrade from Harrison Barnes. Cool, you got that, and it didn't work. So they need to be very selective with who they bring in, because now it's just point guard, point guard, point guard. Look, we all keep screaming Tyus Jones. I watched Tyus Jones a decent bit when he was on the Suns. He kind of got pulled out of that lineup because he can't defend anybody, and he went from scoring a lot to Bradley Beal coming back. Then he kind of lost his way, and now we're all screaming Trey Jones, Tyus Jones. And I'm not saying I know who it is. I'm not saying I know who it is, but I'm not getting paid to know who it is. They need to figure it out, because I'm saying the Dennis Schroeders. Personally, I think Dennis Schroeder kind of fits what they need, can shoot a little bit, is not score first. So that's what I'm thinking in my mind. And he defends better than Tyus Jones, might cost you more. So that's what I think they need. But watching this past weekend, it made me think they need to let's not just do what we just did with DeMar and now do it with the point guard and just go grab a point guard because they need a point guard. You have to be sure that it's going to fit. I know we got to get to a break. I'm way over time. Playback when we return. I will spin the block on Kawhi, and Steph Curry is going to be in the what conversation if they win? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings
Out
game.
of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. There'll be gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like two sales in one. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for that water wheel.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Of course, we will have a trade target, and today's trade target, some people are going to like, some people are going to absolutely hate. But hey, it's all part of the process. So that is coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, our trade target that we've been doing ever since the offseason started. So we've been doing it for a while. The Sacramento Kings have been done for a while as the elite teams in the NBA are continuing on and headed into the second round. I did not think that the Rockets could get it done. I know they won those last 2 games, but it just felt like, and I don't know that the Warriors, we're going to have our predictions. I don't know that the Warriors have enough gas in the tank. I saw something from Anthony Slater. They basically only have 1 day off up until game 5 or something like that. Mm-hmm. So they play Tuesday, they play Thursday, whether it's in Minnesota or in the Bay, they play Tuesday, they play Thursday, they play Saturday, they play then that Monday. And honestly, I just don't know. The Warriors aren't that old, but the guys that actually matter are, right? They're not actually that old of a team outside of the 3 most important players on the team in Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond.
But their problem is the injuries, right? Like, people are making the case that, like, oh my God, the Nuggets have to go play Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But that's because Porter Jr.'s back is blown out. Hey, now, and Jamal Murray's got the knee injury. Like, the problem is Steph's hand and Jimmy's back and Draymond's whatever that he's probably dealing with it more than it is like, oh, they're so old and they're not going to be able to make it 7 days.
Yeah. So we'll save our predictions, but when the Rockets were doing their thing, when they won game 6, I thought, okay, here we go again. But ultimately, you just don't. It's the reason they've been talking about KD while the Rockets season wasn't even over yet. They didn't have a guy to shut the door. They just didn't have it.
You know what I loved so much is that, and we talked about it a little bit last week, everyone was like, the double big revolution is here. And then it was like, they just put Kevon Looney in, and the Rockets had 39 points in the first half.
Steve Kerr just remembered that Kevon Looney was on the team, and they could have been done probably 3 nights ago.
The big man revolution is upon us. No, everyone has a Steven Adams or a Kevon Looney. It's just someone's Steven Adams is better than someone else's Steven Adams.
Yeah, so the Warriors move on. Well, we got some sound on Steph real quick as Steph was petty Steph and had some things, how he was dressed in that post-game presser was an ode to Şengün and Dylan Brooks. He had the shades on, looking like Michael B. Jordan at the end of Sinners, and there was a reason for that. Steph and Draymond were kind of enjoying themselves and reveling in the fact that they own Houston. Like, they own the city of Houston. The city of Houston, they pay Steph and Draymond taxes. They own them.
I saw someone make the joke, the Rockets lost a game 7 at home to the Warriors, traded for Russell Westbrook, traded away Russell Westbrook, traded away James Harden, went through a 5-year rebuild just to lose a game 7 at home to Steph Curry.
To the same guys. And we're spending more time on Rockets Warriors because it really wasn't much to say about Clippers Nuggets other than the fact that James Harden didn't show up. Kawhi did what he could, and they just lost that momentum. They lost it early on in that series. I've been saying the same thing, and the Nuggets trying to get rid of their nightmares from last season, losing in Game 7, so they were highly motivated. Their role players, the Peyton Watsons and the Christian Browns, that's where they make their money, and I thought that the Clippers had a shot. I thought it'd be a good game. I didn't think it'd be a blowout like that. But, yeah, the Nuggets take care of business. And is that one of those situations where we should feel like the Nuggets are a better matchup? Are we just going to do the championship thing? Because initially I would have said that the Clippers are a better matchup for Shea. It got to a point where media members were already asking Shea, hey, how could it feel to play against the Clippers who traded you away? And then the Clippers just never won another game.
Yeah.
And I think if you were to ask me to start the series based on the Nuggets kind of limping into the playoffs, they got a new coach, guys aren't healthy, I would have said that the Clippers are a tougher matchup for the Thunder. But now that it's over, should you feel the same way? I guess not, because the Nuggets took care of business.
Is that just because the Clippers play defense and the Nuggets don't?
Maybe. Maybe.
Someone asked Ty Lue a really great question during the presser, which after they lost, which was this idea of the team overachieved to expectations this season, right? They subtracted Paul George, added Derek Jones Jr., and still won 50 games, right? Mm-hmm. That's a dramatic overachievement. Some people said they were going to win like 35 games this year. So, like, how do you compartmentalize dramatic overachievement from expectation to blowing a series that they should have won once you got to the playoffs? That's kind of why I feel like they're kind of a weird situation.
Yeah, and I didn't realize, James Harden is going to be 36. Kawhi is up there too, so they don't have a lot of time to continue to do whatever it is that they're doing. And it kind of reminds me, not the same, but kind of reminds me of the Kings after they beat the brakes off the Warriors in 2024, where everybody had them beating the Pelicans. The Clippers were the hot commodity, and for them to lose in the first round, you forget the fact that they weren't even supposed to really be here. The same way with the Kings, they're the 9 seed, and even though it was a home game, everybody had the Warriors winning that game. So you win that game, you change expectations, and then you don't fulfill the new expectations, even though nobody had the Kings beating those Warriors that year. And initially, I don't think anybody would have, to start the season, if you said, hey, the Nuggets are going to have the Clippers in the first round, most people would have probably picked the Nuggets, removing everything else. And look, as far as the Kawhi thing, like I said, I'm going to spin the block on him. This is what I'm talking about. Can we stop with the Michael Jordan, if Kawhi was healthy? Can we just stop that nonsense? He's a good player. He's a Hall of Famer. And I saw somebody say the crazy thing about Kawhi is his height is Kobe Bryant, but some random NBA player, Tracy McGrady or somebody like that, he doesn't even have more points than. Well, I don't think it was T-Mac. But can we just stop with the Kawhi thing?
What is the Kawhi thing in your mind? Like if for X, Y, and Z, he would be Kobe Bryant?
Can we stop that? Can we just stop it?
My point would just be, at this point in his career, like, what more is Kawhi going to be able to add to his resume? His best years are already past.
That's fine. But I don't need to do – they won the first – Kyle, you saw. I sent it to you. They won the first game, and it's Kevin O'Connor, whoever the hell it was. It's time to have a conversation. If Kawhi had the same health as Mike and Kobe, or Mike and LeBron, I think it was, he would have the same type of career. And maybe it's true. I don't know. Yeah. But I don't care, because that's not what happened. And he had another opportunity here. Everybody said, oh, Kawhi's back. And they lost in the first round. So can we just live in reality, please?
Well, sure, but like,
he's like the anti-Brock Purdy. Everybody puts Brock on worse teams in their mind to make Brock seem worse. Everybody gives Kawhi a good bill of health in their mind to prop him up. I don't know why. And he's not a leader. He's not a leader.
No.
At all.
But he also... what's interesting is that he's kind of this generation's Dirk, not in playing style or anything, but in the sense of, like, because he carried a team that did not deserve to win a championship to a championship basically on one leg and didn't do it with a super team, he's just earned respect for that, right? Everyone just respects him because of that finals run in 2019. My point with the Kawhi would be Kobe, if not for three things, is, and that's not even talking about the injuries, I'm just talking about if he didn't happen to exist at the same time as Steph and the pandemic didn't happen.
You could say that about James Harden.
But again, that's just, I'm legislating the past on that, right? Like nothing. Would we agree the Clippers aren't a super team right now?
Zubac. Okay, fine.
The Clippers are not a super team, so Kawhi has to be superhuman in order to get them to the title, and he's not that guy anymore, which is fine. He's still a top 20 player in the league. He's just not, top 1, which he was in Toronto and was with the Clippers for like 6 months before the pandemic.
And they wouldn't have even won that. That's the funniest thing about the Kawhi thing. If KD's healthy, they don't even win.
Sure. But
that's the funniest thing about this.
There's a lot of those cases. Like, that's the Dirk thing, right?
It's like the Warriors thing, missing Kyrie and Kevin Love. I get it.
But you win a championship without, again, circumstances be damned, you win a championship without a super team. You just earn that maximum respect. Why do you think people respect Giannis so much still?
They don't talk about them like Kawhi, though.
Because Giannis is an MVP, a two-time MVP.
They don't talk about Giannis like Kawhi. Kawhi is like a unicorn.
Well, and this is the other part of it, too, and I know it's weird. The mystery makes Kawhi cool. Like, people think Kawhi is cool.
I don't.
The mystery of it all.
There's no mystery. He just is introvert. We all know an introvert.
But people
There's no mystery. He just doesn't like the limelight. There's no mystery.
But they think he's cool.
No, they don't. Well, anybody rock the Kawhis? Does he even have a shoe?
Yeah, he's a New Balance.
Man.
I have Kawhi Leonard t-shirts. I can bring that in if you want.
The claw.
It's very cute. It's Jolly Ranchers, but they like have no facial expression because it's Kawhi. It's very cute.
Do not wear that on this show.
I have before.
When we return, we continue the playoff playback. Also, Doug Christie is your coach, but now that the Clippers are out, does it make you feel differently about possibly Ty Lue? And Steph Curry is going to enter what conversation? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimer.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman. Plus, Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
I cannot wait. Kyle and I are arguing a lot today, which means at the 11 o'clock hour, it's really going to tick some people off with who the trade candidate is.
Just wait until we argue about Will Hardy's contract. Am I right?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. By the way, speaking of, Will Hardy, the head coach for the Jazz, just cashed out with a 6-year contract that he will not be finishing. But it is still really awesome that the Jazz were willing to give him such a long contract. So shout out to Will Hardy and shout out to finessing your situation, because why in the hell the Jazz would give Will Hardy a 6-year deal is beyond me.
Yeah, he's going to get to he might coach that team for 7 years and they might never do anything. That's crazy.
So like I said, don't know much about Will Hardy, but I'd assume he's just well-liked in that building. That's what matters in life.
He's the guy who is supposed to be Joe Mazzulla right now, because if you remember, he was the lead assistant behind Ime. He took the Jazz job, and then Ime had to resign. Well, got suspended for we still don't know why. But
we know.
We know, but we don't. And
Tinder.
Hardy was supposed to be
Bumble.
Mazzulla.
The Jazz cash out Will Hardy, and we're going to talk about Doug Christie and whether or not you feel any differently now that a couple more teams have been eliminated. Maybe some other coaches might be available. But wanted to play this sound from the one, the only Kendrick Perkins on Steph Curry entering a certain conversation if he gets another ring. Here it is.
Here's the thing. Steph Curry is one championship away and one finals MVP away from entering the GOAT conversation.
I'll be honest with you. It might sound crazy because we think of the GOAT as, you got to be an all-around player, and Steph's defense has gotten a lot better. It doesn't have to be this season. He's not retiring. What is he, 36, 37? But I feel like Kendrick Perkins, and this is something that I don't know how often I say, I feel like Kendrick Perkins is right. Right? I mean, not to say that he would be considered the GOAT, but he'd have more rings than LeBron. He'd have the same amount of, and I know the ring culture is kind of confusing. He'd have the same as Kobe, and Kobe doesn't really get talked about as far as the GOAT conversation, and nobody would have Steph over Jordan. Probably wouldn't even have Steph over LeBron, but you could certainly make that argument. If you look at, and they do this with LeBron, I think because of how he plays, still dunking and throwing down hammers at 40 years old. They don't talk about Steph the same way because he's more of a finesse player. But if Steph he might be 37. I know he's at least 36. But if Steph in his late 30s he's 37. If Steph at 37 or 38 won another ring, got a finals MVP in this day and age against the up-and-coming Thunder, with Jokic around, with Shea on the come-up, with LeBron still in the league, with Luka on his team, I'd count that if they won this season. The Celtics doing their thing. They're the last super team left, if you will. They're just paying guys ridiculous amount of money. And the Cavs are, kind of that, I don't want to say aberration, but the hot team. I think he'd have to be in the conversation. I don't know that anybody would say Steph is the GOAT, but I think it would be disrespectful to not have him in that conversation.
So you made a good point with the winning, which would be 5 championships, 2 finals MVPs. That's exactly Kobe Bryant's resume, right? Kobe won 5 championships, 2 finals MVPs. but Steph also was again, no disrespect to Kobe, was a better player in his prime than Kobe Bryant was in his prime. So I guess I would make this point to support not go all the way, but just make the point. I am 23 years old, which means I've been watching basketball for like 15 years, which is granted not a super long period of time in the grand scheme of NBA history, but Steph Curry is the second best basketball player I've ever seen.
With the first being Kawhi.
Exactly. The first being Jokic. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, LeBron.
Yeah.
But he's already the best player of his generation. Like, there was an argument 4 years ago about whether KD or Steph was the best player of their generation because both kind of are the same age and came into the league at the same time. And KD obviously was the finals MVP. But,
twice.
I think it's pretty clear now that Steph is the best player of his generation over Durant.
Yeah. 2022 did that.
So I think at this point, there's kind of a case to be made of like, how much does he have to do to sniff LeBron? He will never be better than LeBron James. There's nothing he could do the rest of his career to get there. And part of that is just past accomplishments. But
I think Steph gets one more. You could make a legit argument. If he has more rings than LeBron, first unanimous MVP, even though they lost that season to LeBron, I get it. I'm not saying I would ever take Steph over LeBron, but I think that it's one more ring, it's worth the argument.
Yeah, I guess people will make the case, 3-1 over LeBron in finals. I would make the case it's way more impressive that LeBron got to the finals in 2018 than, not, losing in the conference finals and then
KD
Boston gets blown.
Yeah. So Kendrick Perkins, a lot of people's ears perked up, no pun intended, but it's a tough one. Unknown by most on the Sack Chat says Steph's prime over Kobe's prime ? The quote unquote prime conversation is always tough because primes don't necessarily tell the whole story, but couldn't you argue that the fact that Steph is still doing this at 37 means yes, because by this time Kobe's prime was done?
Kobe was done.
He was done.
Yeah.
So I think you'd have to say Steph's quote unquote prime. Now, if it's height to height versus longevity, right? And I always joke about Frank Gore, but Steph is still doing it. Like I said, unanimous MVP. I think I'd have to take Steph.
Yeah, I would go Steph because I know the games have changed a bit, but like Kobe's
because of
Steph Curry. Well, not because Steph Curry kind of ushered in the era of 3-point shooting by being so excellent at it. I think it was going to happen either way, but I think Kobe doesn't have the MVPs, which is an easy one, but also most of the counting stats by the end of their careers are going to go to Steph. Like Steph's going to finish with more points. Steph's going to finish with more wins. Steph's going to finish with a bunch of important counting stats ahead of Kobe.
Right. And it just comes down to whether you have LeBron 1 or Jordan 1, who deserves that third spot. And I think that Steph probably already has an argument to be in the conversation for the third spot now. If he gets another ring and somebody's saying they're not going to win a title, let's be real. I don't think they are, but because of you saying that 916, if they do, that's why I think he would pretty much be cemented not cemented number 3, but he would easily be in that conversation.
Yeah, we're saying of the last 25, post Jordan era, he's right up there, which is honestly everyone's going to make the number 1 thing. And I think it's just LeBron is so excellent. But the fact that it's so solid that most people agree Steph is a better player than Kevin Durant, despite the fact that Durant won 2 finals MVPs on Steph's team, is a huge accomplishment to the second half of Steph's career.
Yeah. And look, and as everything kind of goes in circle. The Warriors, I don't know if they win that first title if Kevin Love and Kyrie are healthy, then turns back around. They end up with an opportunity to three-peat. Kevin Durant tears his Achilles. So it is very interesting and we're getting some texts in. You guys are too young. Anyone who well, I'm much older than Kyle, so do not put us. Kyle is 23. I am ... not 23. And this is why, and this is classic. This is why in Sacramento it's the summer already. It's off season. That's why we're talking about this type of stuff, because we know that Kobe would lock down Steph if it wasn't for the 3-point shot. 916. I just don't think that's the argument you think it is, right? What does that have to do with different careers? Okay, whoever can lock down this, that, whatever, right? It's about resumes and it's about who you think is better. You think Kobe's better? That's fine. That's fine. But if Kendrick Perkins said, if he wins another ring, and if it's 5v5, comparing Steph to Kobe or whoever else, there's definitely a conversation. Steph has accomplishments. Steph has more accomplishments that Kobe doesn't have than vice versa. So that's how it breaks down. And maybe Kobe would lock Steph down, RIP, of course. I don't know how that changes the conversation. This ain't King of the Hill. I love that game, though. On the other side, Mike Woodson reportedly is being targeted for Kings assistant head coach, top assistant. How do you feel as the coaching roster starts to get filled out? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See full details and disclaimers.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Right-handed pitcher JT Ginn, out with that right elbow inflammation, started a throwing program last week, and his expected return is TBD. Zach Geloff, still out with that fractured right hand, began a rehab assignment with AAA Las Vegas last week, leading off at designated hitter and going 0 for 2 with the walk. His expected return is early May. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like 2 sales in one. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for that water wheel.
Get ready for Monster Truck Madness, featuring Rockstar, California Kid, Identity Theft, Spitfire, Reverse, Titan, and Monster Truck Rides. Saturday, May 10th with 2 back-to-back shows at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. Shows at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Grab your tickets now. StuckInDirtTrack.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Kobe, 5 championships. Steph, 4 championships. Kobe played 20 seasons. Steph's at 16 right now. All-Stars, Kobe 18, Steph 11. MVPs, Steph 2, Kobe 1. Finals MVPs, Kobe 2, Steph 1. All-NBA first team, Kobe 11, Steph 4. Doesn't even sound right.
All-NBA first team for Steph?
All NBA teams, Kobe 15, Steph 10.
Okay, so that'll even out as their careers go along. But yeah, Steph had he didn't really pick up until he was like 23, which is unique because Kobe was a high schooler, obviously. So if Steph makes it to 20 years, he would play until he was 41 or 40, which is obviously possible. But like, it's weird how Kobe started so young.
All defense, first team, Kobe 9, Steph 0. All defense, period, Kobe 12, Steph 0. Scoring leader, Kobe 2, Steph 2. Steals leader, Kobe 0, Steph 1. So, yeah, Kobe is it is the most interesting conversation. And look, deeper in the summer, we'll get into it. But he's probably the only player that is overrated, underrated, and properly rated all at the same time.
I think the reason why that's the case is that because he is probably the most popular basketball player of the last 25 years. It's in a weird way, it's probably either him or Steph.
Yeah.
But I would say Kobe was very, very, very popular for a very long time. And so you have people who emotionally swing in all sorts of directions with Kobe, and even more so now that he's no longer with us.
NBA Young Cobb on the Sack Chat was calling us nephew and saying Steph definitely not better in his prime. Kobe better, not even close. I mean, looking at these accolades, yeah, a little refresher when you see it on paper. So again, how much do rings matter? And we could do the back and forth or the head to head with Kobe and LeBron if we want. Maybe Kobe should be higher up. Depends on who you ask. Great stuff. Let's get to the reports that came out this weekend. First, Jay Triano and some of the other coaching staff members will not be moving forward. Jay Triano was kind of the head of that offensive conversation. And, we've talked a lot on this show. Did the offense change or did the Kings just go get DeMar DeRozan which changed a lot of everything, right? So Jay Triano is moving on. Leandro Barbosa, everybody loves Leandro Barbosa. Leandro Barbosa will be sticking around. And Anthony Slater came out and said that during the weekend, said per himself and Sam Amick. Then Sam Amick adds on to this. Sources say Mike Woodson is a leading candidate for the Kings' top assistant spot under Doug Christie. He last coached in the NBA in 2021 and spent the past 4 years as the head coach at Indiana, where, if you're wondering, hey, I don't recall seeing Indiana do much in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, they finished 10th in the new Big Ten. They were 19-13 overall. They finished 10th behind Illinois, and I'm assuming, they must have just lost at some point in the tournament, because I don't think they were even in the NCAA tournament this
They
past
were
season.
not. So in his 4 years, they went, lost in the first round, lost in the second round, missed the tournament.
There you go. So that is what Mike Woodson was up to at Indiana. He was a player on the first ever Sacramento Kings team. So he meets the prerequisite of being connected to the Kings. You cannot work for the Kings. You cannot be on the Kings. You cannot walk into the building unless you have a connection to the Kings in some capacity.
Mike Woodson is, I'm not going to say so old, but his connection goes back so far. This is even before the second Arco. This is when they were playing in a warehouse that they converted into a basketball gym.
So he was player on the first ever team in 1985, 1986, former head coach of the Atlanta Hawks from 2004 to 2010, and Carmelo Anthony's Knicks 2012, 2014. And he coached Jalen Hood-Schifino and Trace Jackson Davis in college as well. So, I think it's a good get. I'll be honest with you. He is a name that we are all familiar with. He's been around for a very long time. I don't know if he can. I don't think I knew he was still on the carousel, but apparently he was on the assistant coach carousel. And this is something that we discuss as far as getting these former NBA head coaches. Wasn't on my radar, but obviously that connection to the Knicks and Scott Perry is quite obvious. So they are going to kind of start there with filling out, and it's not official yet, but it seems like they're going to start there with filling out the coaching staff, as Barbosa, I would assume, would get some type of a promotion, I would guess, if they're keeping him around.
I would guess, since so many people just got laid off, or not laid off, not retained from the coaching staff. I would imagine Barbosa's jumping 3 or 4 of those people.
Yeah, I would think so too.
The Mike Woodson one is interesting because we talked about this with Triano last week. Triano's 67 years old, had been a head coach in Toronto, a head coach in Phoenix. Wasn't really ever in the running to be a head coach again in the NBA. I would say Woodson's kind of the same thing. He's also 67 years old, has been a head coach twice in the league. Based on the fact that he got, in essence, fired at Indiana, makes me think that he's probably never going to be in the running for an NBA head coaching job again. So maybe this is just the highest role he's going to get at this point in his career instead of, retiring. But it's just you're getting a coach at a different stage of their career than potentially a, lead assistant who's trying to get the next head coaching job in the league like they did with Jordi Fernandez. This is a coach who has been a head coach before, but is probably not going to be a head coach again.
Yeah, and honestly, it could make you feel, look, and Doug Christie wasn't the lead assistant coach, so anything can happen, but it should make you feel like they're trying to make sure Doug doesn't feel any more pressure than he already does. If Jeff Van Gundy said, yeah, I'm willing to go to the Kings, right? And Jeff Van Gundy is the lead assistant, I think Doug Christie's kind of looking over his shoulder. Now, again, that doesn't have to be the number one assistant to look over your shoulder, but I think if it was Van Gundy or one of these hot names, they would be out here, Your backup is right there, or the next guy up is right there on the staff. Van Gundy's been doing a great job. It's time for him to get another opportunity. So going in the direction of a Mike Woodson, that's not going to, we don't believe that would be the case. We'll see who else gets brought in, but it's a situation where and may the 4th be with you. That was yesterday, where the Padawan is not on the staff, whereas the Padawan was on the staff these last couple of years because it was Doug Christie. So kind of the next Jedi up was Doug Christie. I don't know who else they're going to fill it out with, and I wouldn't put Barbosa in that category either. But if you're going with Mike Woodson's and guys like that, then, even if you brought Lindsey Harding back, I think that would be a conversation because she might start a buzz if Doug kind of struggled. So I think they are trying to say, hey, we're putting our best foot forward to put you in a good situation where you're not looking over your shoulder thinking, if I mess up, this upstart coach is going to leapfrog me. Kind of similar to the situation they put Mike Brown in. But this is what happens when you have a coach that you don't necessarily, I wouldn't say they didn't believe in Mike Brown, but don't have an invested interest in or an investment in Mike Brown, which they do in Doug Christie. So they're going to do things a little bit differently with Doug to make him feel as comfortable as possible.
It'll be interesting to see if, now that you have a top lead assistant, do they go the Bobby Jackson route as a defensive coordinator or someone who has a connection to Doug? Because I was kind of trying to match resumes. It doesn't look like Mike and Doug ever crossed paths at one point. The only thing I see here is that Woodson was the lead assistant on the 04 Pistons when they won the championship with Larry Brown. Obviously, Scott Perry was in the front office at that point. So I guess you could say that's a connection, but it's a connection that's 21 years old. So I don't know, whether this is a Scott Perry or this is hey, Mike Woodson's looking to get back in the game and this is a natural fit for him. I'm not sure, but it seems to be the direction they're going to go. And it kind of fits the bill of what you asked Doug about on Friday and what others in the press conference did as well about a assistant coach with former head coaching experience.
Yeah, or I'm completely wrong, and deep down, Scott Perry does think that Mike Woodson could be a head coach again, and he is kind of there in case things get a little bit squirrely with Doug. But I don't think that's the case. I think they are trying to put Doug in the best position possible, very similar to what they did in L.A. Like I said, Lindsey Harding is someone that could eventually get to that spot, but the other kind of the Scott Brooks of the world and guys that their time is probably past but can still help, and nobody is leapfrogging Steve Kerr anyway, unless Jim Park is kind of in charge of it, but the Terry Stotts of the world, guys like that who have names and have experience, but their time is probably past. Okay, it is time for one of the most contentious trade targets of the day. I said who it was to Carmichael Dave, and he literally stormed out of the room. But hear me out. When we return, we will tell you who it is and how the Kings can acquire him. Allen Stiles, Sackdown Sports.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SackdownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
All right. We're going to get to your calls too, because I'm sure some are going to pop up. I heard this over the weekend when I was just hanging out with the fam, and Kyle, you probably don't even know that song.
I do not.
I think you were 10 when that song came out.
I'm probably younger.
Well, it's a banger. You get your 12 in your car and you play some Buzzin' by Man. And he never made another song. Great stuff, though. And
oh, that's like that girl that had like a pop hit and is now like a rocket scientist.
Sure.
I was 8 years old when this song came out.
Don't tell me that ever again. All right. No more messing around. No more teasing. Carmichael Dave said, don't do it. He stormed out. But I said, look, the Kings are playing with a different set of rules. And I know this guy might be disrespected. I know this guy right now might be downtrodden. I know this guy didn't have the best Game 7 in the world. But we're not talking about championships in Sacramento, as it was not mentioned in any press conference. We're talking about success. And the reality is, James Harden has been successful.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
In the NBA. Extremely successful. We know about the MVP. We know about how he can boogie. We know about how he can distribute the basketball. The Kings need a point guard. Huh? So the trade target of the day is James Harden.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
With a player option the same age that he will be, 36. 36 years old with a 36.3 player option. He can opt out. Kyle and I, we got into it during the break because I said, well, I don't think anybody else is going to give him 36, so he opts in. And then if the Clippers maybe decide, hey, yeah, sure, you opt in. And I know it takes a certain amount of time before you can trade them if they do opt in. But he opts in, the Clippers, whatever the case is, they come to an agreement. The Clippers say, let's move on. You could get DeMar DeRozan, throw somebody else in there, maybe a pick or something, a second-round pick. The Kings then get a point guard that can distribute the basketball to Zach LaVine, that can distribute the basketball to Domantas Sabonis. In his later years, he has played a bit of better defense, okay? And he does have good length on him as well. So I know everybody is screaming, he's never going to finish the job. He's never going to win a ring. Okay, fine. But we don't necessarily need that. We're just trying to get to the playoffs. And James Harden, if you go in the direction of giving up, like I said, DeMar DeRozan, and I don't think I would want to do Malik Monk. I don't think that you would have to do Malik Monk. But you look at DeMar, he's making 36, so he opts in whenever he's available to be or able to be traded again. That's DeMar DeRozan, and they don't need Valanciunas.
It would have to be Devin Carter, and they might have to do Malik.
So DeMar DeRozan and Malik, right? And then you'd get somebody back from the Clippers as well. It wouldn't just be, maybe you get Chris Dunn or somebody like that. I don't know. I'd have to double check. But you find a way to get James Harden here. And I understand what everybody is saying. I'm not even the biggest James Harden fan. But you're in Sacramento. You're looking around. Every day we do this trade target, some are going to be young. Some are going to be older. Some are going to be your favorite player. Some are not going to be your favorite player. But to me, if you're looking around at what James Harden just did this season, he still has plenty left in the tank. And I understand he's getting paid like he has plenty left in the tank. And he turns 36 in August, okay? But he averaged 22.8 points per game this season. He played 79 games. 79. 5.8 rebounds, 8.7 assists on 41% shooting, 35% from three, 87% from free throw. Like I said, you're bringing in a guy the same age as DeMar. Yes, he's making more, but he's also more productive. And we can sit there and complain about, hey, he's not going to win a championship. What championship? What are we talking about?
But you know what he has done? Made the playoffs in 16 consecutive seasons.
That's what I'm saying. 16 consecutive seasons.
His entire career.
He opts in. I know I know, like, I wouldn't want to give up Malik for 1 year of James Harden, but you get, I know, Kyle, you had that look in your eye like you were cooking something up.
You would get Derek Jones Jr. You
got to do it.
Who is also on a 1 year contract.
So 2 rentals.
For a rental and
for
Malik.
DeMar, who you were already going to lose. So it's really Malik. If you think about it like that.
Well, it's not exactly.
No. Hold on. James Harden and Derek Jones Jr. for Malik. Because you're already going to lose DeMar DeRozan.
But if that's the offer, why would the Clippers do that?
Throw in a second-round pick.
Sure. Okay, I'll make this point.
Because I can't give you a first-round pick for 1 year of James Harden and Derek Jones Jr.
James Harden was an all-star in the West last season. So this is not some schmuck on his way out of the league situation. Like, he was excellent in the regular season.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's also why the Clippers aren't going to get rid of him, is because he was excellent in the Western Conference this past season.
They might have to do something. I mean, you look around, what are the Clippers doing? They got the wall, they got the Intuit Dome. What are they doing?
I would also say you're making the case that he opts in, assuming he's not going to get $36 million.
He's not getting $36 million at 36
He just made the
years old.
all-star team in the West.
Do you think somebody's giving him $40 million at 36 years old?
I think the Clippers might.
So what, he would opt out and then sign a new deal?
Yes, potentially.
What, 3 years?
I think he could. I think he's at the age where you can only sign for 2 years. It's like a weird.
So 2 years, 80 mil.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I don't want it. I'm not doing that.
So here's kind of the point: is because of the player option, Harden. The only way he realistically ends up on the Kings is if he wants to be on the Kings. Let's just be straight up. And the only way. Do you remember that time that he called Daryl Morey a liar
in China?
Yeah, in front of a bunch of children.
Yes.
Because Daryl Morey lied to him about, just opt in and we're going to trade you. Something worse than that would have to happen to James Harden for him to end up on the Kings. Because remember, all that happened and he still got where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to the Clippers and he got to the Clippers. So James Harden would have to want to play for the Kings for him to end up on the Kings. There's no way they can manipulate this thing to make it work unless Sacramento's just like, we do not care about this next season. We're going to try and make it work with Harden and Domas. Harden's going to leave no matter what at the end of the season.
Yeah, and look, somebody, Amid Rock on the SAC chat is saying, I thought we were talking about sustainable success. I agree. And I'm not saying that they would do it, right? But I'm looking around here, and you got to take sometimes we're going to take big swings, sometimes we're going to take smaller ones. If I'm looking at adding Dennis Schroeder, losing DeMar, and maybe you do a deal with the Clippers and you can get, I don't know, Norman Powell and somebody for DeMar because they want DeMar. I have no clue what DeMar's value is. That's part of the problem with this whole thing.
Yeah, he could end up getting flipped for an all-star in a Ja Morant trade package, or they could end up flipping him for Tobias Harris, right? And
I need you to stop talking about Tobias Harris.
Fine, CJ McCollum.
Norman Powell, 1 year left. Again, so the Clippers are about a year. This isn't the year to blow it up. It's next year.
Well, next year's the year they get out from all of it, because I think Kawhi also would have 1 year left on his deal. But yeah, I just assume the Clippers are going to run it back, make a couple tinkers. They have cap flexibility for the first time in 8 years since Ballmer bought the team. They have cap flexibility, so I don't know. We'll see what they do. But also, Norman Powell's Kawhi's best friend, so I don't know if they're going to trade Norman Powell unless they're ready to just get rid of Kawhi and move on from this.
Yeah, so to bring it all back home, James Harden to Sacramento, Carmichael Dave. Look, we can say what we want about winning a championship, but last time I checked, we're just trying to make the playoffs.
Yes, I understand the people making the point about sustained success. This scenario is not about sustained success.
No, not at all.
This is, hey, let's just throw something at the wall and see what sticks, and then we'll blow it up after next season.
James Harden and Derrick Jones Jr. for DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, and a protected first. I can't do it. Not for 1 year, James.
Run that back. So it's
your deal, but then I added
a protected
first. That probably gets it done if you're the Clippers.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
The Clippers are not sending James Harden away for DeMar. Think about what the Clippers would look like next year. It would be...
I don't care.
It would be Chris Dunn, Kawhi, Norman Powell, DeRozan, Malik, and Malik coming off the bench. Like, that wouldn't make sense for the Clippers.
They're soft launching their blow up. Why don't we just trade for Kawhi then at this point?
I mean, I would be down.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure you would.
Again, Kawhi's
Kawhi's making $50 million.
Yeah, Kawhi's also going to have his jersey retired by that organization. So
good for him.
It's not that easy.
When we return, Kevin O'Connor's at it again. He has some things to say about Şengün leapfrogging Domantas Sabonis. Where does Domantas Sabonis fall on the big man ladder? And we open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. James Harden, yay or nay? Allen Stiles, Sac Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, when the A's beat the Rangers in Arlington to kick off the most recent road trip, with J.P. Sears getting his fourth win, the A's improved to 15-14, the latest in a season they've been over 500 since 2021. Can they contend this year? Well, as we close the book on April, the American League West is the tightest division in baseball. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman, Cole Wetzel, plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com. The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. W gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. p.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
It's also Cinco de Mayo. You know, and I'm not trying to do the Frankie Cardicelli, I got a kid thing, but sometimes you do forget about those type of celebrations where you would, go downtown, enjoy yourself. It just didn't even occur to me. Somebody told me Saturdays, you doing anything singing about? Oh, yeah. Nah.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you were out and about this weekend, it was hard to miss it. I went went out with some of my friends on Sunday evening, and it was everywhere. It's kind of like it's Cinco de Mayo weekend, you know?
Right.
So,
Because it's on a Monday. It's today, so
yeah, everywhere you go, just like flags are up,
Right.
Sponsored contents for brands such as Modelo. I'm not going to say it was specifically them, but
Man. Well, I'm glad. Like I said, I'm living vicariously through people, and that's all I can do now. That's all I can do. Maybe I think me and Frankie, we might be linking up in the round table guys to watch some basketball tomorrow. So that'll be my celebration. See, what you got to do is I told Wifey about it while she was busy. She made a Costco run and she was putting stuff away. So I said, hey, just real quick, Frankie, Chris, and the guys, they want to watch the game tomorrow. So we can talk about it later. So I soft launched it. So she I asked her, well, I kind of told her when she was too busy to actually say no.
Does she have something else going on?
No, but I do leave Wednesday night for the
that's right.
for the conference. But they say, hey, they want to go, we want to watch some basketball. So I just snuck it in there. Stuck it in there.
Only for like an hour.
That's right. It's down the street. I'm get some buffalo chicken and go home.
They're coming to the toe?
I'll bring you. Of course they are. I'll bring you something back. That's how you do it. Babe, you need something? I'll bring you something back. You want some food?
I feel like you don't have to do that.
I feel like I do. 916-339-1140. Let's get to TC, who has a trade idea. TC, what's up? Happy Monday, man.
Hey, happy Monday, bro. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you, Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so check it out. I'm in with that James Harden deal. To be honest with you, So let me back up. I love Malik, bro, and I don't want to give up Malik. So if it was DeRozan and a first round pick, bro, I'm giving that up. We're not in a predicament to be saying, that's too much for somebody.
Right.
We're not in that predicament, Kings fans. DeRozan in the first round pick, bro, for James Harden, that's our point guard, and we know he's gonna be able to score. Now DeRozan and Derrick Jones for Malik and James Harden, that might make me think. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't want to give up Malik Allen, but that might make me think, bro, and I might have to pull that off, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, and that's a great call, TC, as always. Yeah, on the other side, if you are the Clippers, look, you take a protected first. We're renting Derrick Jones Jr., who you could probably convince to stay, but you're renting Derrick Jones Jr., you're renting James Harden. If I'm giving up Malik and DeRozan, I think the Clippers, to Kyle's point, the Clippers aren't as good. So if you want to do this, then because you're essentially soft launching your next wave, I'm going to need a first-round pick in order to do that.
Unless they're then flipping one of those pieces somewhere else.
Right.
But again, it just doesn't make sense from the Clippers standpoint. It doesn't make sense from the Kings standpoint based on what they have been saying about what they want.
Yeah.
But it also just doesn't make sense why the Clippers would. I would assume Harden's either going to opt in and they'll work out an extension, or Harden's going to opt out and they'll work out an extension.
Yeah, I would say right. Or he just opts in and they basically, he would be 36 and they say opt in, and Kawhi, whatever is kind of left on his deal, next season is our last hoorah at whatever this is. That's the other way that they could approach it. They say, James, you opt in. I'm looking here. Kawhi still has, oh my goodness. Kawhi has 2 more years. So he has 2026 and 2027, where he'll be 34 making 50 mil and 35 making 50.3 mil. Then he is a free agent. Maybe you one more go with James Harden. You're paying these guys so much money. I know Ballmer doesn't care, but they're going to have to add somebody. And maybe maybe James Harden says, I've had enough of LA and I want to go somewhere else. So great stuff there as we continue the conversation. This is what Kevin O'Connor had to say as far as this was Nick Wright, another hater, on the Kevin O'Connor show. And he says, Alperen Şengün is a rich man's Domantas Sabonis and a poor man's Nikola Jokic. So now in a season where Domantas Sabonis averaged the most rebounds, Domantas Sabonis was snubbed as far as the All-Stars are concerned. Domantas Sabonis had the most double-doubles. Domantas Sabonis, who has he been leapfrogged by, Kyle, this season? He's been leapfrogged. He came into the season. It was Jokic. Are we doing Jan? I would say
Embiid.
Yeah, Jokic, Embiid,
and then him.
And then Domantas Sabonis.
Based on the All-NBA from last season.
Right. Embiid injured. He's done. So now it's Jokic and it's Sabonis. Now all of a sudden, he's been leapfrogged by Ivica Zubac. Zubac.
Carl
Anthony Towns, who's just now playing center.
Wemby.
And Alperen Şengün.
And Jaren Jackson Jr.
So he went from being the third best center to not even top 5 is, and I'm not saying me, we're having some fun with national media here, but at the same time, I watched Alperen Şengün and he was really good in that series against the Warriors. I think some of that was designed. Go ahead and kill us with the twos, Şengün. And they tried to give Şengün the ball at the end of the game, which is why the Rockets are in Cancun now. But yeah, I'm taking Şengün. If I'm a GM right now, I'm taking Şengün because he's younger. But I don't know that Şengün is better than Domantas Sabonis. They're super similar. I think that Şengün, the only reason I might go Şengün over Sabonis now, and I know I sound like a hater, but I just think his offensive bag is just better. It's just better than Sabonis's. That's just what it is. Well, Sabonis might be a better rebounder. I think they're both pretty good passers, but I just like Şengün's offensive bag. But I think here's the problem. Şengün, you could even say Zubac at the same time, Kyle. Out of these guys that are quote unquote leapfrogging Sabonis, they all have better offensive bags than Sabonis. To me, that's the problem. They all can score more easily than Domantas Sabonis and in different ways than Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, the Şengün thing is tough because I would say I would only take Şengün for the future, but not for right now. Like Sabonis is an all-NBA level player now, but Şengün is also 8 years younger than him. So the fact that he's this close now is
yes.
Şengün is what Sabonis was in Indiana is kind of my thought. But again, Sabonis was in Indiana at 25, 26 versus Şengün being 22, about to turn 23. I mean, the thought process is not wrong. I think the only thing, again, I'm guessing that people are taking offense at is we've made the joke of the Russian nesting doll of like Jokic to Sabonis to Şengün. They're just making the leap of, no, Şengün was an all-star this year, so Şengün is now by proxy better than Sabonis, but they all play the same game.
And to be fair, snubbed or not, when Sabonis was the all-star, he was in the top 3. That's how he was considered. He was with Jokic and Embiid. So
he made All-NBA.
I guess, as the old saying goes, what have you done for me lately? I struggle I get the Karl Anthony Towns thing, but again, you start talking about the Karl Anthony Towns and the Jaren Jacksons of the world that are just kind of more hybrid centers, and then things get a little bit squirrely to me. Like, as far as legit traditional centers, and I know traditional is a weird word these days, but I just don't even know that Karl Anthony Towns and Jaren Jackson should be in the conversation. And even if they both are, it's tough for me to have them above Sabonis, especially Jaren Jackson, who cannot rebound the basketball, but he's the defensive player of the year.
Right, but then what are we going to do with Chet Holmgren in a year or two also? It's like,
great question.
He's kind of a power forward at this point.
Well, at this point, it won't be Chet. It'll be Chet and Hartenstein better than Domantas Sabonis. So, look, they're moving on from Jay Triano. Not sure that I don't believe Mike Woodson will be, assuming he gets hired, will be the offensive guy. They're going to have to rework that offense and put Domantas Sabonis in a position where he's not getting leapfrogged by these guys. And it's not all about that, but it kind of is, because, you get these accolades, you do get paid and things like that. And we know in Sacramento how good Domantas Sabonis can be, but I'm looking around and I'm watching some of these guys, and what it turns into is, well, they can do that, right? But can Domantas Sabonis do this? That has been, I think, the tough conversation that we've had to have with the Domantas Sabonis situation right now. Let's discuss why the Rockets' offseason may have a direct impact on the Sacramento Kings when we get back. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Cooch.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Maida Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST after rebates.
Year-end savings on now with $8,000 off new Silverados at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., the Rockets did not take off to the second round. They got cooked by the best player once his team is up double digits in Steph Curry. And somebody had a breakdown, one of those hater accounts, where it was Steph's point total based on how much the Warriors were up. And as the Warriors started, Buddy Hield 9 threes,
Had
by
like
the way.
6 of them in the first half.
Yeah, Buddy Hield, he took that 3 at the very end. The game was basically over, but, you know, he had an opportunity, I think, to tie a playoff record. And at the same time, you know, you take that turn, don't take the turnover. I don't care that Buddy took the shot. And the Rockets, they talk a lot of trash anyway, so bleep them. And the Rockets now head into the offseason that everybody thought they would. And that's the crazy thing about when you are that vet team and everybody is saying, I know we're disrespecting this 2 seed, but we're going to do it anyway. And they were actually right. Whereas, you know, nobody was picking the Lakers, or excuse me, the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves were the lower seed.
Well, speak for yourself.
Besides you, Kyle, yes. And the Timberwolves took care of business, but everybody said, oh, you know, even though the Warriors had to go to the play-in, now they get the Rockets, who are inexperienced and don't have a dude, and everybody in Houston, whoa, that's super disrespectful. We earned this 2 seed, and then you lost because they're not good enough yet, and that's okay.
Well, I had that Rockets are dead, tweet ready to send to you, and I had to delete it. I was so ready.
Yeah.
So ready, because I thought Houston was going to win that game.
They needed, and I have to take a look back at the box score, but that's what happens. And that's why play-in games, game 7s, don't mess around, and the Warriors could have got burned on this side, and we know we've seen it ourselves a couple years ago. That home team in the game 7, it gets real tight in there. That gymnasium, that arena gets real warm in there when you're at home. You're on the road, you're kind of supposed to lose. I don't know if the Warriors were the favorites in Vegas, but you don't have any, hey, it is what it is. Warriors had pressure because they didn't want to choke off another 3-1 lead. But anything can happen, and Buddy Hield, there's going to be a random X factor in a game 7, very similar to March Madness, any of these games. And the Rockets didn't have an X factor, and the Warriors did in Buddy Hield. And that's why they won. Not because of Steph Curry, because of Buddy Hield.
And Kevon Looney destroying the 2 big revolution.
Yes, and Kevon Looney actually playing basketball. So as the Houston Rockets head into the offseason, why in the world would we be connecting the Houston Rockets, who don't seem like a good trade partner or anything like that, or they don't have any, the Kings don't have anything that the Rockets want. The Rockets don't have anything that the Kings want. So why would we say that there is a connection here? Well, Bobby Marks, friend of the station, has his 2025 offseason outlook. He has 2 columns, what to watch and roster resources. Now, as he has written this, what to watch for the Rockets, he has roster continuity or hunting for a superstar, ? Number 2, the $44.9 million Fred VanVleet team option. There's no way on God's green earth they can pick that up.
You know what's crazy is they have 4 days to decide on that too, because the contract is written. They have to determine it 4 days before after their season ends.
I don't know how they can do it. The rookie extension, and number 3, this is the one. The rookie extensions for not 1, but 2, Jabari, and they're 2 very similar players. I don't know if they can extend both of them, or maybe they do and then try to move them later, but Jabari Smith Jr. and Tari Eason. And why this connects to the Kings, because what either or both Eason and Smith Jr. get on their new contract could set the market for what Keegan Murray gets this summer. Because Jabari Smith Jr., a number 3 pick, and Keegan Murray, a number 4 pick, will probably get very similar contracts. Jabari Smith Jr., off the bench, they've moved him around, I would say. Off the bench, starting some games. He was a bit injured this season. 12.2 points on 43.8% from the field, 10 shots a game, 35% from 3 on 4.9 shots per game. And this is from this season specifically. And meanwhile, Keegan Murray, 12.4 points per game, 44% from the field on 10.8 shots per game, 34% from three on 5.9 shots. This is crazy to me, Kyle, simply because, like I said, Jabari Smith Jr., he missed a decent amount of time this season. And I don't know that he was starting before the injury. Him and Tari Eason are a smidge redundant, but also I think I would say that that Jabari Smith Jr. has definitely a higher ceiling than Tari. I would love Tari Eason on the Kings, but looking at what the both of them are going to ask for or look for in the market, Jabari Smith Jr. only played 57 games. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, he's young enough that I don't think they'll hold it against him. He's 21 years old, okay? Whereas Keegan is 24, closer to 25 than 24. Another thing, when you look at the time that they played, right, the minutes played, he's coming off the bench, like we said, 57 games, 30.1 minutes played, and you have Keegan Murray, who was starting with, this is how confusing the Rockets were. Jabari Smith Jr. is playing 30 minutes a game. Keegan Murray was playing 34 minutes a game, and Keegan played in 76 games, but Keegan was starting every game, but everything else pretty similar. I'm sounding like I'm just not high on anybody on the Kings today, as I've let Domantas Sabonis get leapfrogged, and now I'm looking at a Keegan Murray who, we love him. He goes 6'8". He's about to be 25, and then they're both going into their, like you said, Kyle, their fourth season. You got Jabari Smith Jr. at 6'11", 21 years old. His cousin is Kwame Brown.
Well, he was picked ahead of Keegan for a reason, right? He was the third pick, and Keegan was the fourth. By the way, if you look at their LeBron, D LeBron, C LeBron ratings.
I was literally going to ignore that. But
well, I just want to make this point. Jabari Smith Jr. was a slightly better defender than Keegan Murray this year. I know we love Keegan and best defender on a bad defense, but yes. Jabari Smith Jr., Keegan's a better offensive player slightly. Jabari Smith Jr. is a better defensive player slightly. So just, it's hard to do defensive stats, and that's the closest thing you can find to it. I think they're going to get basically the same contract, would be my guess, which means whoever signs first probably sets the market for the other one if they both sign extensions, and Tari Eason probably also too, because Tari Eason's also a forward from the 2022 draft class.
So a couple of things to pay attention to. Again, both of these situations, here's what's interesting. When somebody is 21 versus 24, about to be 25, you're definitely paying Jabari Smith Jr. for what you think he'll be. Keegan, you are, but you're also kind of you're more so paying him for what he is now, which I think can help or hurt. So that's a confusing one, because Jabari Smith Jr. might get paid more, and could the Kings say, look, Keegan, he's 3 years younger than you, and basically doing, you say, Kyle, Keegan's better offensively. They've averaged the same points this past season, and Jabari Smith Jr. missed a ton of games, and he was coming off the bench. He wasn't starting every day. Now, he doesn't have guys on the team just dribbling the air out the basketball, don't get me wrong, but I think that Keegan's agent is going to be able to say X, Y, and Z, but the Kings can say, look, we're not trying to go back and forth. We love you, Keegan, but I don't really know. It really just matters what Jabari Smith Jr. gets. If they're cashing him out, like, you're going to be one of the dudes. And here's a whole situation. If I'm the Rockets and I'm looking to get a Kevin Durant or Giannis or somebody like that, then I'm not cashing out Jabari Smith Jr. the same way, because I don't know if Jabari Smith Jr. is going to be that guy for us.
But this brings up a way more interesting scenario, which is important to follow also. If, let's say it's Kevin Durant, because they have the pick and they've been connected to it. Mm-hmm. If Jabari and Tari go to Phoenix in the deal, does Phoenix look at it and say, well, we project you're going to be this on our future, so we're going to give you the Jalen Johnson contract.
Right.
Does Keegan go back and say, hey, look, he just got $120 million from the Suns. Yesterday's price was not today's price.
And I would say, Keegan, nobody's paying you that. Or it's the Jonathan Kuminga thing. Go prove it. That's what I would say.
And that's the really interesting situation of why we should pay attention. Either the Rockets are going to extend Jabari Smith and Tari, extend one of them, extend none of them, or trade potentially them to get that roster upgrade. So whatever happens, follow those two players because those two are going to be the closest gauge you're going to find on Keegan's contract.
12 o'clock hour coming up next. Do the Kings, in all caps, need a number one? Or can they do it together? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get ready for an adrenaline-pumping, action-packed day at Monster Truck Madness. Witness the insane power of Rockstar, California Kid, Identity Theft, Spitfire, Reverse, Titan, and more. Plus, ride along in a massive monster truck. It's all happening Saturday, May 10th at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds with 2 back-to-back shows at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Don't miss the wildest event of the year. Tickets are selling fast, so head to StocktonDirtTrack.com for tickets and more info. It's Monster Truck Madness. Non-stop, high-octane thrills that you can't miss.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, when the A's beat the Rangers in Arlington to kick off the most recent road trip, with J.P. Sears getting his 4th win, the A's improved to 15-14, the latest in a season they've been over 500 since 2021. Can they contend this year? Well, as we close the book on April, the American League West is the tightest division in baseball. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home?
Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiaJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiaJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiaJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Another song that Kyle has probably never heard. Party Like a Rock Star.
Oh, I see copyright 2007 on here. You don't want to know how old I was for that.
The glory days, man. The glory days.
Were you in high school at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to gauge.
Peak high school. This is junior prom.
Oh, wow. Oh, I don't want to tell you how old I was.
You don't have to. 916-339-1140. We're continuing. This summer is about educating Kyle on some of the best beats that have ever come out.
This one's good. I'll give you that.
Yeah, you are going to give me that, Kyle. 916-339-1140. Text line, any songs that we need to educate Kyle, the Gen Z are on now throughout the summer.
Yeah, don't be like, blow the whistle. Like, yes, I know those ones, okay? You got to go a deeper cut than that.
That's right. And that's what I'm doing. Sack Chat as well, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are just kind of auditing the Kings. By the way, I think it was a 530 number when we were 7 minutes into the show. 12 o'clock hour, we are getting into some A's talk. So if you're still listening, 530, I know that you said you were back and forth while at work, but if you can catch us towards the end of the 12 o'clock hour, we got some A's talk for you. And yeah, really exciting stuff happening. They have an opportunity to be in first place. They take care of business against the Mariners. So you want some A's talk, you're going to get it towards the end of the 12 o'clock hour. Also some Niners talk as well. But we are auditing the Sacramento Kings as we continue to watch the NBA playoffs. And, you know, we kicked the show off talking about this new obsession with point guard and how we can't just sit there and grab any point guard and think it's going to work. Colin Sexton may be available as the Jazz have extended their coach 6 years for some odd reason. But, you know, the timelines don't match up. Somebody else brought up Anthony Simons. These guys are score-first point guards. This is not what the Kings – I don't believe it's what the Kings need. You need a point guard that can score. I'm not saying you need Rajon Rondo, but assuming they move on from DeMar DeRozan, you need somebody that can distribute the basketball, also score the basketball. I look at Colin Sexton averaging 18 points, which is all fine and dandy, cool, and I think he's a dog. Then I keep looking, and he's not even averaging 5 assists as a quote-unquote point guard. That's not going to fly. The Trey Jones of the Jones brothers, right? Defensively, a lot of these point guards are a little bit smaller, so you got to deal with that as well. I think Trey looks bigger than Tyus to me. I don't know that he is, but he just looks bigger to me. But we know that defense is going to be a part of that conversation. So as we are continuing to audit the Sacramento Kings, the other question, as we look at who's left, do the Kings need a true blue number one? this has been something going back to the original Beam Team era that I don't think the Kings have ever had. I think that season, De'Aaron Fox balled the hell out, and he was the number one, but there were still questions. And number one and best player, sometimes these things get convoluted, but there was that conversation versus the Domantas Sabonis conversation. Who's number one? Who's number one? And now the Kings, I think every team has a number one, just like every team has a best hitter on their team, but you might not be a good hitting team. You got to bat somebody three. Three's normally your best hitter, but you might stink at hitting. So that number three is not really a number three hitter on anybody else's decent team. So that's no disrespect to DeMar DeRozan, as I think that he was kind of the number one by default. I don't think he came over here expecting to be the number one option. I think he believed he'd be 2A, 2B, maybe even option 3, just be a better version of Harrison Barnes. But then they got there, the fit didn't quite work that well, and it was difficult to figure out what should happen and how that hierarchy would work. And then they were injured early, and then De'Aaron Fox said, I'm off to the Riverwalk to hang out with Charles Barkley. I'm gone. And then they were left. Zach LaVine gets thrown into the fold. He's trying to get used to everything that's going on. So DeMar DeRozan was the Kings' number one. He does not need to be a number one on a team that wants to be in the playoffs, because he was just number one, and the Kings did not make the playoffs.
Well, and this has been the case ever since DeMar DeRozan got traded from the Toronto Raptors. And those old Raptors teams are a good case for you don't have to have an out-of-this-world type player to be a number one, right?
Right.
Donovan Mitchell is the number one on the Cavs. I would say Donovan Mitchell is about as good as DeMar DeRozan on the Raptors was, and they're the number one seed.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's kind of the case that I think you're making, but also I'm doing the math real quick, 6 years since DeRozan left Toronto, 7 years since he left Toronto, and they've made 2 playoff appearances, both of which they lost in the first round on 3 different teams for a DeMar DeRozan as a number one option team. And I'm counting the Kings too, even though it was like half a season that DeRozan was the number one. For all intents and purposes, DeRozan was the number one down the stretch. I guess the question is just, do you think Zach LaVine can be the number one option on a playoff team?
No. Unless that team is beautifully constructed. And part of that would be Domantas Sabonis doing his thing, Keegan Murray taking a leap, a point guard that kind of pulls it all together. And that's pretty much where we're at. But I haven't seen enough to believe that. And he hasn't done it.
I know we're talking about the same thing, but I do just want to specify for people who are listening. We're talking about a number one scoring option, right? Domantas Sabonis is without question the best player, but on offense in terms of scoring, he's often the number 3 and kind of has been for years with the Sacramento Kings. So it's a little bit of a different case when you're talking about Sabonis, because Sabonis makes other players better, and if they put a more balanced roster with length and shooting, I think Sabonis would elevate those guys in the same way he elevated Kevin Huerter's game, or elevated Malik Monk's game during the Beam Team, or elevated Davion Mitchell's game during the Beam Team season, right? I think Sabonis makes those role players better, but I don't know how much he helps getting a true blue number one playmaker better, because Sabonis's best strengths are his passing ability with the ball in his hands.
When I look at the top 6 seeds, it's kind of crazy, and regardless of whether they're still playing or not, because we're just talking about getting to the playoffs. It's pretty crazy because I see in the top 6 seeds 2 teams that don't have a true blue number one scoring option. I see 2 teams. If you wanted to throw the Cavs in there, you could, but we know Donovan Mitchell's going to take those shots towards the end of the game.
It is Donovan Mitchell, but Donovan Mitchell has never been a top 5 player in the league.
Right. 2 teams. One is still playing. They did get to play an injured team. The other went to 7, and they're done now. The first team is the Houston Rockets, who they are in the process of looking right now for a dude. The other team just can't get away from this guy. It's the Indiana Pacers. The Indiana Pacers, out of the 2 6 seeds, and Kyle, if I'm missing a team, tell me. But I see the Thunder, the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Clippers, the T-Wolves, all with number 1 options. The Cavs, the Celtics, the Knicks, the Bucks, the Pistons, all with number 1 scoring options. And I look and I see the Pacers, and time is a flat circle. And now I wonder, we've gone from this team trying to be a model of the Nuggets, and the Nuggets, you can't be a model of the Nuggets. I've decided we can stop with that ridiculousness now, because Jokic is sometimes the best scoring option. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes it's Jamal Murray. They're just too confusing, right? And Aaron Gordon just continues to get better in this role. So I look at the Pacers, and it goes, after everything that the Kings have been through and moving Tyrese Halliburton, it's almost as if you can look at the Pacers as a model, not a model because Miles Turner and Domantas Sabonis are not terribly similar, but a model of, hey, this team is always in the hunt. I know they're in the East, but this team is always in the playoffs, and they don't necessarily, if the game is on the line, I think Tyrese Halliburton's taking it because he's the name. But if Andrew Nembhard had been balling all game, Andrew Nembhard's probably taking that shot.
All right, so I guess here's my idea to that, because I think Tyrese does get underrated as a scorer because of his passing ability. But I will say, if we want to make the case Tyrese is not a true blue number 1 in the way that Anthony Edwards is, I would say Pascal Siakam is closer to that than Zach LaVine is in terms of a number 1 true and blue scoring option.
I guess because he can do it so much. He can post up. He can control. When you have more than a jump shot, you can, unless you're Steph Curry, you can control. And Steph gets to the rack a lot, but you can control the game more. Zach LaVine just chucks threes. That doesn't really control the game.
Yeah, but he does it well. It's not like he's just Nick Young out there or Dion
Waiters. I'm not saying he is, but you're the one saying Pascal Siakam's a better scoring option than Zach LaVine.
I would make the case that, again, I think Tyrese is their number 1 scorer. I think if push comes to shove, Tyrese is the one with the ball in his hands taking the shots.
Yeah.
Or making the plays, maybe is the better way to phrase it. I would just make the case that Siakam is an underrated number 2 who also plays in that funky offense where Halliburton has the ball in his hands, but is a pass-first guard, I would say.
Yeah, so
it's tough. I think they're both close, but I would rather have Siakam as a number 1 scoring option than Zach LaVine.
That's crazy to me. But I don't know that you're wrong.
Yeah, it's close, and they do different things. So I think maybe that's the case I would make in favor of Indiana, and why they have such a run is that there's gray area on what Tyrese's, skill set as a number 1 is, but Siakam is still a pretty good number 2 either way.
Well, and their shooting is just ridiculous. Their offense, and that kind of closes the loop on everything. You don't need a true blue number 1 if all of the other requisite parts fit at a high level. Andrew Nembhard, TJ McConnell, who had a pretty down season, but TJ McConnell can get going for you. You got Nesmith and Mathurin, who I think a lot of people confuse for each other. They can both shoot the rock. Miles Turner can shoot the rock.
Obi Toppin was hitting threes.
Obi Toppin, who should be a Sacramento King, if I had anything to say about it, he now shoots threes.
Hell, even Miles Turner hit one yesterday.
So it's easier, I would say, to just find a number 1 than to do what the Pacers are doing. But then there's also a middle ground, because you look at the Knicks, and the Knicks, even though they've added pieces, still are very Jalen Brunson dependent, and I don't think that's healthy either.
Well, it's the same thing with Minnesota, right? It's like Anthony Edwards is that true blue number 1, but like Anthony Edwards went like 4 for 16 from the field in game 5, and they still won because they have that length and shooting that makes sense in the confines of that offense.
Bobby Marks ranks the best situations in the NBA. Let's find out where the Kings fit and what the Kings can do this offseason. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, wow. Get up, come on, get down with the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. Friday, May 9th, Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed. Live. Allen Stiles. Watch the show on YouTube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
What are the options for the Sacramento Kings? Bobby Marks breaks it all down. 916 says, from the text line, can a case be made for putting Sabonis in a 1A scoring option? He's got the 3 and can bruise down low, and with the passing point guard, he could get fed a lot. I don't see it, 916. I'm going to be honest with you. And the whole 3 thing, again, go look at Miles Turner shooting 3s, and then go look at Domantas Sabonis shooting 3s, and we can have a conversation about a big that stretches the floor versus a big that can knock down a 3 when there's nobody within 7 feet of them. That's where Domantas Sabonis is.
So here's what I've felt like with Sabonis's game for years is Jokic has like the Dirk driveway dad fadeaway shot, and Giannis has the Euro to the rim.
Yes.
If he just had, or Kawhi has the fadeaway, turns to his right fadeaway shot that he hit. If he just had one move in his bag, that would be not unguardable.
He does, the pump fake.
If he just had one move that I'll
pump fake the hell out of you right now.
Oh, he'll pump fake for days.
Did we ever find the over-under on how many pump fakes? The Kings must have led the league in pump fakes between Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. Look, hang the banner. 2024, 2025, 700,000 pump fakes.
NBA record.
It had to have been.
Sabonis's isn't even like a real pump fake either. It's like a and then just go. Like It's not even like he's committing all the way to the pump fake. It's like and now we're going.
Yeah, I don't see Domantas Sabonis as the center of your offense from a scoring perspective. 916. I don't, and that's not to say he can't get there, but yeah, I don't think so right now.
Clock is ticking.
That clock is ticking. And, if he's not 30, he's almost 30. He might be 30 now. And there's just too many guys, like you said. I mean, Giannis just overpowers people. And Joel Embiid, if you remember how he plays, Joel Embiid to me is even on the line as far as quote unquote stretching the floor. Like all these centers, when they take 3s, or I just shouldn't say all of them besides Karl Anthony Towns, but if Joel Embiid takes a 3, you feel good about what you did, right? If Joel Embiid takes a 3, and I think Joel Embiid is a more real shooter than Domantas Sabonis. He'll take, most of the time he's wide open. And so Joel Embiid, 29, he's 33% from 3, for his career, and 29. He was 29% in the 19 games he played. So that doesn't matter, but 33.9% from three for his career. And I still don't feel like, or I do feel, and I'm checking Sabonis now, but I feel like he is Sabonis is at 34 for his career, and at 41.7 he was this season. Again, I'm just not willing to call him a Miles Turner type or a Jaren Jackson type of three-point shooter. He's not taking threes in transition. He's not taking threes unless the big is just too lazy or just doesn't feel like getting out there. So I don't, when I'm looking at his offensive bag, I just don't really count that.
But I think the thing too is he just needs an unguardable move, right? You mentioned Embiid. I think we don't appreciate this enough about Embiid, but like from his prime, which is like 2019 to 2024, Embiid was one of the greatest mid-range shooters in NBA history.
Yeah.
Like we don't think about it that way, but that like 15-foot pull-up jumper that we always bag on Bam Adebayo for taking, like Joel Embiid hit at like a 43% rate. Like he's not quite Kevin Durant level of mid-range shooter, but he's like the best mid-range shooting big in NBA history. And Sabonis just doesn't have that one move in his bag that we can always go back to.
No, and it's no slight on Sabonis, right? It's just a matter of you need to put the correct pieces around him, which I think being team season you did, as long as they do their job. Kevin Huerter's a great piece. Everybody needs to space the floor. But if Kevin Huerter can't shoot, then now that piece, quote unquote, doesn't work. That's the craziest thing about the Beam team, the initial Beam team, is that last season, the idea of it still worked. It's just they didn't produce. Keegan Murray didn't produce the same way. Kevin Huerter didn't produce the same way. Then they got injured. Then Davion Mitchell was kind of in the doghouse. Then Keon Ellis kind of came into the fold. Sasha Vezenkov wanted to go home. A lot happened.
That's crazy.
Chris Duarte.
Sasha Vezenkov wanted to go home.
None of the guys, think about all the misses from that season. Sasha Vezenkov wanted to go home. Chris Duarte's in Mexico. None of these guys, Davion Mitchell is on his third team or second team since the trade, third team in his career.
They gave away their first round pick for nothing.
Jalen McDaniels, I don't know. He might be at the YMCA down the street. I don't know. I never saw Jalen McDaniels. I never saw him. Was he ever in Sacramento?
He was here for training camp for a couple days.
Sissoko.
He was never in Sacramento.
Sissoko.
That dude never stepped foot in Sacramento. I did shout out, I can't remember who it was on King's Twitter, but someone got the CD Sissoko jersey, like custom made a CD Sissoko jersey.
Wow. I'm trying to, who else from that? Is that it for the guys? Kevin Huerter. I don't know what the Bulls are going to do with him.
Yeah. Della Vadova left. But the other thing is like they also had Colby Jones. That's
Colby Jones got hit in the head in Boston, and then he never played again.
Yeah, I don't want to bag on Jalen Slauson, but he was a draft pick.
Yeah.
And he didn't do anything.
I'm looking here.
I just think the fact that they had no draft picks or young guys that they could develop is the crazier part.
Alex Len, JaVale McGee. Did JaVale McGee just not play this season?
No, he didn't. That was one of those quiet retirements.
You know who the big miss was? Kessler Edwards played big minutes for the Mavericks. He's a center now. Bet you didn't know that.
Yes, he played big minutes when they were literally in jeopardy of forfeiting games.
Jordan Ford.
Folsom Lake Ford.
JTA, my guy, could have used him this season.
Are we just listing people from the 2024 team now?
This season, let's hear what Bobby Marks has to say about where the Kings are and their draft pick situation when we return. Now on Southside Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman.
All the way.
Plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J. Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, May 10th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ C-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
At Big O Tires, now through Memorial Day, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires store for pricing.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, SacSuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. SacSuperstore.com.
Switch to Comcast Business Mobile and save hundreds a year on your wireless bill. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Comcast Business Internet required. Compares 2 unlimited intro lines and lowest price 5G plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship returns to Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Enjoy the high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. Buy your tickets now at WeatherTechRaceway.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
From the 916, getting kind of tired of this, picking Sabonis' game apart. Sabonis is a playmaker of our team, whether it's rebounds, assists, or scoring. Find another way to make the Kings great without always talking about moving Sabonis. Well, number one, nobody's talking about moving Sabonis. I don't know if anybody wants that contract. I'm kidding, kind of. The reality is, if you've been listening to the show, 916, I was the same way with De'Aaron Fox. We're the same way with Zach LaVine. Domantas Sabonis now, and probably while De'Aaron Fox was here, but De'Aaron Fox has been here longer, Domantas Sabonis is the catalyst for that team. Domantas Sabonis is the best player on the team. So we're going to go harder on Domantas Sabonis. I'm not going to sit here and talk about Trey Lyles, where Trey Lyles needs to be better. You are only as good as your best player. So I think there is a line between Domantas Sabonis, because he just has so many. We're to the point now where we keep looking at the numbers and keep looking at how much he's done, but the Kings are not getting anywhere, right? So I'm not saying that's all Domantas Sabonis' fault. And we'll talk. We were just talking about Zach LaVine, just talking about the fact they need a point guard, talking about Keegan Murray, how much money he deserves. So if somebody is your favorite player, like I've always said, it's hard for me to talk about Malik Monk because he's my favorite player on the team, but I still do it. I still got to be objective. And I just talked about maybe moving him in a deal for James Harden. So Domantas Sabonis is not immune to that. Nobody is. When you're a 9 seed, everybody could get it. Everybody's on the table. And the numbers are great. But at some point, we want those playoff shirts. I want an XXL playoff shirt that my wife wears to sleep. I want it. I want an XXL playoff shirt that I turn into a cutoff and I wear to bed. That's what I want.
You don't want the Feel the Roar one from the playoffs or the play-in game this year? No,
that's what I want. So until I have that, we are going to talk about how to make this team better. And Domantas Sabonis is not immune to that. Does he come up more often? Yes, because he makes $40 million and he's the best player on the team. That's how it goes. With great power and great money comes great responsibility. So nobody's picking on Domantas Sabonis. We're picking on everybody. Literally. We are picking on everybody. All right. Let's get into what Bobby Marks has to say about the Sacramento Kings and their situation. Some good news here, people. Some good news. I did not think the Kings would be located where they are located. So Bobby Marks put this out, NBA draft asset rankings, stacking all 30 teams' pick collections. And I did not expect the Kings to be in the top 10, but that's exactly where they are. Bobby writes, the Kings' only chance of keeping their pick is if it jumps into the top 4 from number 13, which has only a 3.8 chance of happening. Otherwise, they'll have only a second rounder in their first draft under new boss Scott Perry. The Kings control their future draft picks and should have some directional flexibility with the roster, and their offseason focuses more on what they'll do with some players they already have. Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis are both offense-centric stars on max contracts. Woo! And that woo is in there as well. Incoming future first-round picks, 9, all 7 of their own. San Antonio's unprotected first in 2027 and Minnesota's unprotected first in 2031. Maximum tradable future first-round picks, 6. Future second-round picks, 3. Future outgoing first-round picks, and with the swap rights that they have to San Antonio in 2031. So I did not expect the Kings to be in the top 10. That's good, people.
They're number 8.
They're number 8. Not 1, or not 30, not 29, not 28. They're number 8. So Bobby Marks thinks that they're in a pretty good position, even if they lose their pick. You just got to just move past everything as it pertains to Kevin Huerter and this deal and Monty McNair, and you're home free, brother. You're home free.
And this is the argument for, and I'm not going to make the case because I don't think it matters, but there's an argument that it's better to lose the pick this year because then you wouldn't be able to trade next year's pick. Right. And so if you lose the pick, it's not that you're losing a pick. I shouldn't say it that way. It's that it's either a pick now or a pick later with the potential that they bottom out and tank, and then it doesn't matter whether they keep the Hawks pick because they're going to be tanking for 4 years, and who cares if they get the Hawks pick in 2026. So maybe for the long run, it's better to have the pick go away this year. And The only teams that are ahead of them are teams that we all think of as like, oh, they can trade for anyone they want. The Thunder, the Nets, the Jazz, the Rockets, the Hornets, the Wizards, the Pistons. Those are all the teams that we think of as like, oh, they've got all the first round picks. And the Kings are now in that same camp. Now, did it cost them De'Aaron Fox to get into that camp? Yes, it did. But they are now in the camp of better draft pick positioning.
Just got to get through this year or this draft, and whether the Kings get to keep it or not, whether they mess around, and what that 0.8% chance to get Cooper Flagg, whatever the case may be, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's time we have no choice but to trust Scott Perry and his ability to create a roster that will make more sense versus what we've kind of seen in the past, and to be given the power to be able to do that with full autonomy and, no red buttons being pressed if it doesn't work the first 20 games of the season.
Or, I don't want to bring up this situation, but it will come up around the trade deadline, which is you still have all of your future picks intact. And if you are going to tear it down and do the long rebuild thing, which I think is more of a possibility next summer than this summer, the best path to that is to have all of your future draft picks. I think Brooklyn gave up 2 firsts just to get their own first back this year. So, it's so important if you're going to tear it down that you have all of your future draft picks at your disposal.
Yeah, and the other teams on the list, I think you could probably guess some of them. Most of the teams just aren't very good. Besides Oklahoma City Thunder, number 1, of course, you have the Brooklyn Nets at number 2, number 3, the Utah Jazz, number 4, the Houston Rockets, number 5, the Charlotte Hornets, number 6, the Washington Wizards, number 7, the Detroit Pistons. Keep an eye on the Pistons. I've tried to connect them to some bigger fish, but they haven't really been connected. I haven't even heard Devin Booker's name for the Pistons. Because this is what happens, and we know this from Beam Team season. Okay, that's cute. Now they're cute. How do they become strapping and handsome? How do they do that? They have the means to do it, but nobody is talking. It's the Spurs. It's the Rockets. I don't know what everybody's obsession is with Texas, and that started with number 5 going there earlier this season. But everybody is talking about those teams taking big swings. Nobody's talking about the Pistons.
You know what they could swing for? A scoring wing like DeMar DeRozan.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. He'll get in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He'll get in the playoffs. He gets to show Cade how to pump fake properly, and they can really make some moves there.
I've gone through all the scenario. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow of creating the best scenario for DeRozan, but looking across the league, it's the best scenario for him is go to Detroit,
go to the East,
be the number 2, or just go back to Toronto and do the retirement tour thing for a couple of years.
Yeah, we played around with and we'll continue to play around with the Lakers and the Clippers, but I just saw something that said the Lakers have the best odds to land Jalen Green. Why the Lakers would need Jalen Green is beyond me.
Well, it'd be him for Austin Reeves, I would assume.
But why would you do? I like Austin Reeves is better than Jalen Green.
Yeah, I guess it's just a fit. I mean, Max Christie is not as good as Austin Reeves, but Max Christie would have made more sense on the Lakers than Austin Reeves. It's a weird thing. By the way, just before we get off this, I can't believe that the Thunder and the Brooklyn Nets, if you took all of the second round picks that they have over the next 7 years, you could create an entire second round of the draft of just Thunder and Nets picks. They have 32 combined second round picks between the Thunder and the Nets, which is absolutely insane.
Was I right or wrong on Fred VanVleet? That comes up at 1:00. But first, the A's have a chance to move into first place against the Seattle Mariners this week. Huge week at Sutter Health Park. Then you have the Yankees coming to town. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that will save you a little bit right now, just pennies, but that ends up costing you pounds in the end.
People put off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time or spend the money to get it done.
But it only takes 90 minutes and costs just $87, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up.
You'll also save money on your energy bills, and your system will last longer.
So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Call Bell Brothers for a precision tune-up and professional cleaning today.
Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
At SMUD, we power business with incentives, strategic account advisors, 50% lower rates, and clean energy solutions. We help businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
The Athletics of West Sacramento, formerly of Oakland, headed to Las Vegas, are 19-16. They are climbing towards 600 or 500. They are 6-9 at home. They have a huge week coming up as they take on the Mariners. Okay, so the Mariners are number one in the AL West, and if the A's are able to sweep them, the A's would be tied for first. Now, obviously, easier said than done, as the Mariners have been rolling at 20-13. But we tried to tell you, this A's team, if they could figure out their pitching, as you know, they just promoted a rookie up to the big ranks, and you know, their hitting. Zach Geloff is not too far away. I know everybody hears my injury updates. Zach Geloff is not too far away. We told you that this team could do some things, and we want to continue to check in with the people of Sacramento because, look, man, I've never really had an issue with, I guess, fair weather fans or front running, whatever the case is, especially in baseball where the season is so damn long. If you want to pay attention once the team starts playing well, I have absolutely no problem with that. And nobody had, I would say, on this show, we discussed the A's possibly messing around and getting a wild card. Nobody else was kind of on that track. We knew that they could hit the baseball. It was just a matter of whether the pitching could hold up. And, you know, they've been doing just enough. When we talk to Coach Eric Martins tomorrow, we will get the lowdown on how he's feeling coming off of the game tonight, and with the A's taking on the Mariners a couple more times, how they are feeling as we're about to get to the quarter mark of the MLB season. The other thing is, look, if you are out there, and I know I've made jokes about taking the pictures of the attendance and how Sacramento media just feels like they have to do it. Get ready. This is it now. This is what we've all been waiting for. And you have Jason Ross, you have Jake Gayden, you have Frankie Cardicelli. This is their time to shine.
We bring the boom.
Because
that's what we do.
All the pictures, everything. Friday, May 9th, and I'm going to be running around. I don't know that I'll be able to make it. But
you're going to be on the road.
Yes, I won't be able to make Friday, but I'm going to see if I can get there Saturday or Sunday because Yankees are in the building. I haven't looked up prices on those. Kyle, you have those?
I've got them right here. I was actually going to make a joke about tonight. You have first place division rival Seattle coming to the two best teams in the division.
You probably can see some high-level baseball tonight
for $19.
Get on in there.
Including fees.
Get on in there.
That's fees included.
All right, now let's get to the Yankees. Let me guess which day is the most expensive.
This is just cheapest to get in the door.
I'm going to guess Friday Night Lights, but Saturday just seems like the obvious pick, but I don't want to be obvious. I'll just say Saturday.
You would be correct.
Is it Friday or is it Sunday?
It is Friday.
Yeah,
Friday.
Night Lights, man.
It's also going to be 93 degrees on Friday, just so you know. It is to get in the door $107.
Oh! Wow.
That game is going to be a sellout, I would guess.
But that's what I'm saying. Everybody that takes the pictures, all the media or whatever, this is Sacramento's time to shine. 3 games against the Yankees.
But there's going to be everyone in Yankees jerseys.
You better figure it out, Sacramento. Don't let it happen.
This is what John Fisher talked about. The whole point of coming here was
he's going to be cheering if Aaron Judge hits a home run. I told you.
The only point of being here is Aaron Judge is going to be playing at Sutter Health Park.
Those games, prop talk, over under, most baseball games are set at, 5.5, I would say. Those games are probably going to be set at 7. Runs scored, I mean.
How many, let's do a little prop talk ourselves. How many RBIs is Aaron Judge going to have at Sutter Health Park in 3 games?
I want to set it at, let's set it at, 7?
Oh, 7's a little too high, I think. That would be pretty remarkable if he got 7. I would say let's do 5.5.
Over.
Wow. I think that's about it's like 5 or 6 would be my guess, but I don't know. By the way, it's 77 for a lawn seat on Saturday, and it's 83 for a lawn seat on Sunday. But I think the overarching point is, like, I don't know if selling out the Yankees as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sellouts at Sutter Health Park is a badge of honor.
No, it doesn't really count. It's a huge, just from the baseball perspective, crazy run for the A's, okay? After they take on the first place Mariners, they host the Yankees this weekend. They go to L.A. to take on the Dodgers.
I was like, which one? That could go in a very different direction.
They go to L.A. to take on the Dodgers, and then they come back up north to take on the Giants in a battle of 80? Battle of Highway 80? Is that what it's called now?
Does I-80 take you to the city? Or do you have to get on another freeway?
Yeah.
I'm like,
so.
Battle of I-80 was Oakland to Sacramento.
Yeah.
When it was the Warriors in Oakland, it used to actually be a battle of I-80. Now you have to get on different freeways to make that work.
Battle of NorCal.
Battle of you're probably going to spend more time trying to find parking in San Francisco than actually being on I-80. By the way, after that, they come back to Sutter Health Park for the Angels.
Oh man, don't take pictures of that. Don't take pictures of that.
You want to know what the get-in price is for Monday? Fees included.
12.
9.
That's crazy.
$9 for Monday night Angels A's at Sutter Health Park.
And I don't know if Trout will be back. I saw he got injured over the weekend.
He's always just in and out.
Yeah, 4 games against the Angels, and then they have 3 against. They host. I gotta go for the Phillies game, and that's at the end of May, and then they go to Houston. I just want to say I'm kicking myself as much, for my buddy's sake, as much as I've been talking about Jacob Wilson and how good Jacob Wilson is. I did not see the Rookie of the Year thing coming. I mean, I saw it. I did not execute when I was in Vegas, and this kid is hitting 333, and I'm kicking myself. Absolutely kicking. It was right there in front of me. I'm literally Grand Canyon Universe. You got it. No, Jacob Williams, this is the guy. Didn't execute, and he might win AL Rookie of the Year.
There's a shot. I'm not going to say it's completely out of the question, but the A's are the 5 seed right now, and Rod makes the point with the Yankees like, oh, yeah, we expected certain teams would obviously sell out, and I get that, but they did not sell out with certain teams that we expected. The Padres, the Mets, now the Yankees. If you look at the rest of their schedule after the Phillies, it's like Phillies and Braves and the Red Sox.
Well, the big one for home is 4th of July.
Yeah, I mean the Giants series obviously is going to be a big deal, but it's like after I guess you could say Boston is the last big one after this, but after the Yankees, most of the biggest names that are coming to Sutter Health Park have already come and gone at that point. Yeah. So it's a little disorienting that they haven't had another sellout and will not until the Yankees series.
Right. And it's still early. And I mean, in their tenure here, they do get the Red Sox in September.
Yeah, that's what I say. There's still Phillies, Braves, and Red Sox are like the big series that are left.
Keep winning. People will show up. It's going to get warmer out. Michael Baldacci on the Sack Chat. Yeah, it is 80 the whole way. Kyle had me second guess.
You can take 80 to the Golden Gate Bridge.
I believe. Don't make me do geography, but yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know.
No, not the Golden Gate. But you don't need the Golden Gate to get to San Francisco.
So you would go Bay Bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just trying to figure this out, okay?
What the hell?
Is Bay Bridge 80? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. I genuinely don't know. I've only been to the Bay like 4 times ever.
There you go. All right. On the other side, we discuss what the Kings need and what the first round taught you about the Kings. And I got something to say about Fred VanVleet. Am I walking back my thoughts on that $44 million option? Does Allen Stiles want Fred VanVleet on the squad? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Got some crazy news we're about to get into from the Pacers situation. People are saying that the Pacers, there's got to be some voodoo magic going on. And I'm going to tell you exactly what we're talking about. You know, look, like I've always said, there's certain things. Kyle will tell me, Alan, you don't need to read that on the air. And, you know, sometimes my wife will say the same thing. But I do what I want. And,
don't do it.
And I do what I want. And people, I don't know. I understand it's Monday and maybe you didn't get paid, but, you know, you'll get paid this week. And people get so upset. When people get upset about things that make sense, we can have a conversation, right? But I get this text from, and Kyle, where's the 775? Where is that?
I have to look that up.
It's in Nevada. Oh, so wait. Do we have a triple agent now? So 775 is in Nevada, it's more like Reno. It's not Vegas, but we might have a triple agent here. So the 775, we're having a nice conversation about the A's, and Kyle read off. We're at, just a fun segment about the A's and how much ticket prices are going to be. And Kyle said it'd be $100 and whatever dollars. I said, wow. And we moved on. The 775 comes in on the text line, 916-329-1140. If you want to sound like a upset idiot like the 775, and says, how stupid are you? 3 question marks. What did you expect for ticket prices when the Yankees come to town? 2 question marks. You sound so, all caps, delusional. I'm going to stop listening to this specific time slot because you have no idea what you're talking about. If of all the things that I've said on this show, not 775, if a segment about how expensive the Yankees tickets are when I just said wow is what did it for you, bless you and have a happy Monday. That I don't know what was so upsetting about that triple agent, but I don't know what upsets you so much.
Just move on, bud.
I don't know what upsets you so much, 775, but shout out Reno. Beautiful this time of year. I will say that.
Always beautiful.
Always. Yeah, underrated city.
Yeah.
And 775. That's it. I love Reno. Underrated city.
Speaking from not personal experience, it's always beautiful in Reno.
Clark County, or excluding Clark, not Clark County.
So you just read the only city that is not the 775.
Nevada, covering the northern and central portion of the state, excluding Clark County.
Carson City,
Reno, Elko. I love Elko.
Mike Elko?
I love Elko. That was the last name of my catcher at Temple. Elko. Shout out to 775.
That's not the one that got to the minors, right?
No. Go enjoy Cinco de Mayo, and maybe you already have 775. Shout out to you. All right, here's the voodoo that I was talking about. This is from Evan Damerel, who covers the Pacers. All right. There's real concern, in quotes, real concern about Evan Mobley and DeAndre Hunter, their availability for tomorrow's game. This is insane now. What are the Pacers? What type of black magic is going on, man? Do they got voodoo dolls of all these players?
So we're going to get the same conference finals as last year, potentially with the Celtics just smacking the Pacers up for a second year in a row. Can nobody take down the Celtics? Cleveland was our best chance, and now they're completely falling apart. Garland's out. Mobley might be out. DeAndre Hunter might be out. It's just like, God,
this is crazy.
Nobody can stop the inevitability of the Pacers getting smacked in the conference finals by the Celtics.
Insanity. I can't believe that, man. I can't believe that. Because honestly, you know, you got to pick your battle. So during that game, that's peak park time. So we were running around with baby Stiles. So I was watching the game, but not that closely, kind of caught the end of it.
You were also involved with your daughter.
That's right. I was also doing the father thing. And I saw, obviously, so did they, I don't know if they left the game. I don't know what the heck happened with both of them.
DeAndre Hunter took a nasty fall on one play. I didn't really think much of it after it happened. I don't know what the deal with Mobley is.
Crazy talk. So the Pacers continue to be injured team merchants as they continue on.
I said I was going to save this until it happens, but I just want to bring it up that if Indiana wins this series, Tyrese Halliburton will have the same number of playoff series wins as the entire Kings franchise since moving to Sacramento.
Yeah, that's just keep that holstered.
That's gonna be brutal if Tyrese wins 4 playoff series in 2 years.
Yeah, and what do you do with the let's say it all plays out the way it plays out. What do you do with the Celtics then? You know, the Bucks never really got a good crack at it last season or this season. If the Cavs do prove to be, I mean, I don't know when Darius Garland is coming back. They do not feel good about that toe sprain. So if the Celtics get this again, I mean, it's been a better Eastern Conference. Then you got to deal with, they're dealing with the Knicks now. This might be their hardest test before the finals if the Cavs can't get healthy. And that's no disrespect to the Pacers, but it is what it is.
I think we are disrespecting the Knicks. Like, we're being pretty disrespectful to them at this point. Just being like, well, Boston's going to go to the finals. Am I right?
Yeah.
And it's earned. The Knicks are going to probably lose that series and lose it pretty quickly. But I will say, Boston, if you win a championship, you don't have to answer for like, oh, did we play X, Y, or Z team? It's like, no, at a certain point, Boston is just that much better than everybody. And it's fine that they played some injured teams. At a certain point, we just got to acknowledge if it's been 2 years and they win 2 championships without beating a team that won 50 games or had their 3 best players, we got to just say, hey, they had the depth, they had the pieces. They're a really, really, really good basketball team. Even if they just get back to the finals this year, I was thinking Cleveland had a good chance of catching them, and it's not looking like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so that is kind of rough stuff, man. Really, really rough stuff. And it's been a really good playoff so far, first round. And now you have some injuries that are starting to creep up. That's just kind of how it goes. And, you know, even in the Western Conference, I feel like the Thunder, have they even played a game? It didn't even feel like they played a game or broke a sweat during that first round. So we'll see if they end up doing that in the second round with the Nuggets. And I'm pretty sure that they will. This is going to be a huge test for them as we discuss what the first round taught you. It taught me that I'm not paying Fred VanVleet $44 million. So let me, and somebody on the Sack Chat is saying, hey, well, you don't have to, we can still get Fred VanVleet. So what's the world, Kyle? I know you're trying to convince me that somebody's going to pay James Harden $40 million. And maybe you're onto something if they're paying Fred VanVleet $44 million. So is the world to get Fred VanVleet, the Rockets turn down the option, right? They declined the option, and then Fred VanVleet actually gets his market value, and the Kings want him for $25 million. Is that, or I don't know, 30, whatever the case is. So are you asking me, do I want Fred VanVleet at what price?
Well, it would have to, let's call it $25 million, because I think that's probably what he's going to get. But then you would have to sign and trade him for someone else, most likely DeRozan. I wouldn't flip DeRozan for VanVleet because I know DeRozan's still better than VanVleet, but that might be the situation you find yourself in, is you have to move DeRozan's money to open up VanVleet's money, and so now you have a point guard, but he makes less than the DeJounte Murrays or the Ja Morants or the CJ McCollums of the world. I guess that's the scenario. How low would I have to make that price tag go for you to be like, I'm in on this?
Oh, are we losing someone?
Well, you're gonna have to clear the space somehow. At $25 million, the one that makes the most sense is DeRozan. At $18 million, the one that makes the most sense is Malik. At $44 million, the one that makes the most sense is Levine. So it just depends how much you're paying him.
I think it's the same thing that we've kind of been talking about. If you swap out DeMar DeRozan and add Fred VanVleet, you have your point guard now, but who in the world is taking the last shot on that team?
Yeah, you got worse.
Yes.
By doing that. I would not cash in DeRozan for VanVleet. And I'm someone who would cash in DeRozan for like Tobias Harris at this point, and even I would not cash in DeRozan for potentially Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, so I don't mind Fred at 25. I'd like him better at 20. I like him even more at 18. But at the end of the day, it's just rough, man.
Houston ain't paying him 44. That's the first part of it. Is right. They're going to decline that team option. They have it. I think it's like 4 days to figure it out too. Like that was one of the terms of the contract that they signed him to, is that they have to decide within 4 days of the season ending, so that he has enough time to hit free agency and do the legal tampering thing. I think in a weird way, if Houston can't upgrade the point guard position, I think they're just better off bringing him back. I think he's not played so bad that I wouldn't bring him back if there's not a clear upgrade.
But they would decline it and then try to re-sign him or give him the 40.
No, they would decline the option. He would hit unrestricted free agency, and then they would bring him back on a contract that is less than $44 million per year, but is also better than anyone else is willing to offer him in free agency.
Yeah, I need to see who else is available. Me personally, go get your wing. The whole thing with the DeMar DeRozan is you add Dennis Schroeder and you have your point guard, because I don't think you need to pay Fred VanVleet. I would just go with Dennis Schroeder, somebody like that. But I think the biggest question is, as everybody is kind of on one accord saying to move DeMar DeRozan, who is going to be the number one scoring option on this team night in and night out the way DeMar DeRozan was? Is it Zach? Maybe I haven't seen enough of Zach LaVine, but I don't know that it's going to be Zach LaVine, and just nobody is talking about that. Everybody's just saying, you got to move on from DeMar DeRozan, and he's probably going to want to move on from Sacramento, which I agree with the latter, but nobody is bringing up why or who is going to fill that scoring void at all.
So let's put it in DeJounte Murray terms, like you're talking about. In that scenario where they flip Murray for DeRozan, which we both agree would be a good move at this stage of the game, Zach is the number one scorer on this team, right? So I think in the scenario where they strike out big fish hunting, and maybe they don't even go big fish hunting, but let's say they strike out on the Ja Morants, the Trae Youngs, the Kevin Durants, the Zion Williamsons, the whoever else you want to put in that big fish hunting that we've been talking about. Any scenario where you strike out on one of those guys is probably going to end up with Zach being your best bet as the number one, because like DeRozan was the number one last year and we all agreed he wasn't good enough. So I don't think they're going to be able to find both a trade partner for DeMar DeRozan and a bona fide number one unless they're also packaging DeRozan with other pieces, at which point you're just trading for a big star.
Right. So you try to find the supplemental pieces, and when you find the supplemental pieces, you make sure that they can fit together, because the one thing we do know is anybody that you are going to try to get, if you do go big fish hunting, there's going to be a risk, right? Somebody earlier said, bring up, what about LaMelo? LaMelo would be a great situation, but the reason the Hornets would probably be willing to move on from a LaMelo is that he's 23 and the kid can't stay on the court. The injuries are just random, and it's every season. So you start looking around, and I think you do need to take a big swing, because that's how it's a wing-driven league and it's a star-driven league. And I don't even know if Dennis Schroeder and I don't know, John Collins or whoever that other wing is, that's not getting you in the I don't even know that that's getting you in the playoffs.
Let me make it Wiggins, right?
Right. I don't think that's getting, not in the West, or you're right where you already were fighting for the 6th seed.
Right, but that's the thing with that's why all of this goes back to the Fox trade. Is like Zach LaVine is probably not going to be De'Aaron Fox, but they're best, and they're going to, in the long run, lose that trade unless one of two things happen. One, the Minnesota pick turns into a lottery pick that ends up in the top 5.
Right.
Or Zach LaVine ends up playing comparably to De'Aaron Fox. That's the thing we said when the Fox trade happened, is their best chance to win that trade. I put win in air quotes. Mm-hmm. Their best chance is if Zach LaVine plays like De'Aaron Fox. And with the interim beam team, that didn't happen. Maybe some people think with a full training camp and learning how to play with Sabonis, it'll go better. But that's their best bet when you put all your chips in the Zach LaVine basket. I shouldn't say all your chips. You put $44 million worth of your chips.
That's a lot.
Into the basket.
So you have two guys, and that's the other part of this. There are guys making more than Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, but most of the guys outside of a Bradley Beal or whoever it is are legitimate. Hey, we know what we have in this guy. He's kind of our foundation, and we are going to build around him. That is Domantas Sabonis, but not offensively, and that's not Zach LaVine. Now, Zach LaVine, who knows? He's not 30 yet. He's almost 30. Or he's about to turn 30. Maybe he just gets hot, right? But this goes back to what we've been told from Scott Perry, from now Doug Christie, a sustained platform or sustainable success. I don't think that a Zach LaVine as your number one is that. So people can say to me, "Hey, Allen, didn't you say you wanted James Harden, and that's not a sustainable platform of success?" I would agree with you, but neither is Zach LaVine as your number one option. You're looking at that beam team era type situation where it's, we just cashed in on 3 guys having the best careers of their season, and we went to their best seasons of their career.
Best careers of their season.
Best seasons of their career, and we're going to rock from there. That's not how you build this thing. So it could either be taking a swing on someone young and giving up your future. There's no easy way out. And that's why Bobby Marks had them at number 8, because you can mortgage your future to put yourself now in a better position. That just means that they have the pieces to do it. But there's no easy way out if you don't want to start from scratch. And that's also not an easy way out either. Second round predictions when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
I know, Kyle, you're going to get mad at me, but Reno did respond, and they say they're not from Reno. They said they were upset that I made it seem like $100 whatever was a lot to go to a Yankee game. And to be fair, yeah, we all knew that it would be more expensive for a Yankee game. To get in the door, and what was it again, Kyle?
$107 to get in the door.
To get in the door, sure, we can argue semantics. You know what I mean? To get in the door, and I guess when there's no bad seat in the house. Also said that they're not even an A's fan; they're a Giants fan, and Reno sucks.
Wow,
so
the plot
a
is
random phone from Reno. I said, hey, feel free to call in. It's all good if you want to have that conversation, but that's not me not having a no idea on my reporting. That's my reaction to the reporting, which you are allowed to agree or disagree with. All right, it is prediction time. And by the way, Zach is 30. He turned 30 in March, Zach LaVine. So I think he could have another good season, but this is still not the sustainable success that we've been talking about. Trying to ride Zach LaVine as he's just hit 30 with his injury history and coming off his best season since the injuries when we don't know if that's who he's going to be, versus grabbing a 36-year-old James Harden. I think we're different chapters in the same book.
Yeah, you're talking about a player who, at the best in his career, he was a number 2.
Right.
Is mostly a number 3. And by the way, you know who else thinks he's a number 3? Scott Perry on that clip.
No. Well, he said, hey, that's what he said. I need to put the parts around him in order to be successful.
Right. So that you're now asking that person who at his very best in his career was a number 2 to now be a number 1 at 30 years old. Because what? He plays with Domantas Sabonis?
And it didn't work initially, but they're going to get time and work out during this offseason. I don't know if DeMar DeRozan will be involved.
By the way, he's just now embracing the number 3 role because he just had his most efficient season of his career this past year. Yeah. So now we're going to blow that up and say, hey, go back to being the Zach from 2019.
I think we need to take some time during the summer to watch Zach LaVine Bulls highlights to see, okay, how is he getting, what is it that Domantas Sabonis needs to be doing or needs to not be doing? How did he ball out the way he balled out?
So I've mentioned before, like, my favorite season is the spring, and like right around August, I get like some not great seasonal depression. August and having to watch 2022 Bulls highlights is not going to do good for my seasonal depression. I don't think I can handle watching Nikola Vucevic and Zach LaVine Bulls highlights.
I'm firing it up.
I don't want to grind 10 hours of tape on terrible Bulls teams.
I am. How much do you want to win? How much do you want to work for the midday show, Kyle? How much?
Not enough to watch 2023 Bulls highlights.
I'm going to grind some film during Baby Sal's nap time. I'm grinding film.
They should set those tapes on fire. If it's on YouTube, they should just crash the server specifically on the part of YouTube.
24 a game. 24 a game. That's legit.
playing with who? Kobe White?
Yeah.
Patrick Williams?
And bring him too. Bring all of them to Sacramento.
We're already kind of doing that.
By the way, did you see the White Sox City Connect jerseys that were basically Bulls jerseys?
Yeah, they're awesome, except I don't know any player on the White Sox.
Tim Anderson's gone.
Yeah, I know one. I can't believe he's still there. It's Luis Robert.
That's what I was gonna say. That's it.
Can we name a second? The two of us, big baseball guys. Can we name a second White Sox?
The kid from that was the Cubs. The kid who won the Chicago Little League.
Yeah, Nico.
Yeah,
he was there at one point. He got traded.
Crochet's gone.
Yeah, he's a Red Sox. Which technically, with the Bulls jerseys, those are also Red Sox.
Hold on. I'm looking around.
Do they have... Okay. I want to say Jake Berger might be there.
Oh, you know what? Benintendi. Isn't he on the White Sox?
Is he still there? He might be.
Andrew Benintendi.
No, Jake Berger's on the Rangers.
Andrew Benintendi is still on the White Sox.
Andrew...
They just played the A's, and I was there.
And you still don't know. Yes, Benintendi is still there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is he making this year? He is making...
All right, we're getting to these predictions.
$17 million.
Knicks, Celtics. Whoa. Knicks, Celtics, Kyle. Celtics.
Celtics in 5?
I think they go 6.
I mean, the Knicks went 1-2 against the Pistons at home.
Something's off about the Celtics. Something's off.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown's knee should have had surgery like 2 months ago, and they're just dragging him to the finish line.
I got Celtics in 6.
I'll go Celtics in 5.
Pacers, Cavaliers, now that nobody can stay healthy.
I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
God, that is a terrible series to predict.
I'm going to give the Cavs, I'm assuming health, I'm just going to give the Cavs the edge.
At this point, it's either going to be Pacers in 6 or Cavs in 7 based on the injuries. Like, that's a series that's just close enough that one injury could actually swing it.
Yeah, and now you're making me want to flip. I'm going to say Pacers.
Yeah, I mean, if Evan Mobley's out, I mean, what are they going to do? Jared Allen can't... Jared Allen only works if Mobley is also there. That's kind of the whole problem with Jared Allen. You know how we joked like there's those dime a dozen centers? Like, Jared Allen is like the plus version of the... Like, he's better than Valanciunas, but he's basically like the... I don't know Pokemon, but he's like the advanced Pokemon version of Valanciunas.
Yes, he is the Charizard Valanciunas.
But he only works with Mobley.
Right, but he's better than like Nick Claxton.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You've hit exactly what I'm saying. Like, he is like Time Lord, Nick Claxton, Jared Allen.
Right.
That's the Jokic, Sabonis, Şengün.
All right. I know this one is going to take you a while, so I'm going to you first. Nuggets, Thunder.
Thunder in 4.
4?
I'll say 5, but the Thunder are going to clap them.
I got Thunder in 6. I got Thunder in 6.
Thunder are so good. I should be giving Jokic more respect, but the Thunder are so good.
Next, and last, Warriors, T-Wolves.
You know where I'm going. Got to stick to the prediction. I told all of you that this would happen. Give me the Minnesota Timberpups. 5 games. Dismiss the Warriors. 5 games.
Now.
The Timberwolves are going to send the Warriors on home. Ow, ow, ow!
It's tough. I just think it's a tough situation for the Warriors. They're not going to have a lot of time. They took that 7 that never should have been 7. That was their first mess up. It's probably Timberwolves in 6.
They're good, man. They're really good.
But the Warriors, for whatever it's worth, they, I believe, are 3-1 against the Timberwolves this season, and they haven't lost in Minnesota.
I did see a very funny joke about this series, which is basically like it is. I'm going to clean it up a little bit, but it's basically like this is David Stern's dream, Steph Curry, versus David Stern's nightmare, Anthony Edwards?
I'm going to actually flip and say Warriors. I don't know. Warriors in 6. Yeah. I'll go Warriors in 6. I don't know why.
So did you take the Pacers or the Cavs?
I'm taking the Pacers, and I'm taking the Warriors.
All right. Sounds good. Let's go with that.
All right.
I just think Steph enough.
Yeah, it is going to be enough. When we return, did the Niners make the right move holding on to George Kittle when you hear about what they were offered the night before the draft? And more conversations on what Brock Purdy will make. Grades after the draft for all teams involved. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is back for another thrilling season at Monterey's iconic WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, May 9th through the 11th. Only in Monterey can you experience a high-octane mix of international drivers, cutting-edge prototypes, and GT sports cars racing wheel to wheel. There'll be gourmet food, wine, craft beers, family entertainment, and exclusive fan engagement with the drivers in the open race paddock. Buy your tickets now and experience world-class motorsports. Visit WeatherTechRaceway.com. Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman, Cole Wetzel, plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, when the A's beat the Rangers in Arlington to kick off the most recent road trip, with J.P. Sears getting his 4th win, the A's improved to 15-14, the latest in a season they've been over 500 since 2021. Can they contend this year? Well, as we close the book on April, the American League West is the tightest division in baseball. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like 2 sales in one. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for that water wheel.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
So much happened that I think that was last week when George Kittle got cashed out. And boy, did he ever. 4 year, $76.4 million extension with $40 million guaranteed, making him the highest paid tight end in NFL history. And it came out from Diana Rossini that the Niners were offered a second rounder the night before the draft. And the Niners turned down the deal and then extended him, a couple days later. And a lot of people have been saying this. When somebody offers you a second rounder for somebody that is where George Kittle is in his career, or a tight end in their career, you take it. When somebody offers you that for George Kittle, you turn it down. He's 31 years old. He'll be 32 during the season or right before the season kicks off, October 9th. So he'll be 32. It's a 4-year deal. So that'll take him to 36. And some things are bigger than football. George Kittle will get to play his whole career in San Francisco. And, some people didn't think it was maybe the best move ever from a football perspective. But again, George Kittle can still perform at a high level, right? He's going to continue to do that. He's a bit of that security blanket for Brock Purdy, as tight ends tend to be. And if I'm a Niner fan, sure, the second rounder would have been nice, but you never know what's going to happen with these picks anyway. You know what George Kittle brings to the table. He's been pretty darn healthy these last couple seasons. I didn't have a problem with it, and I don't think a lot of Niners fans would have a problem with it.
Yeah, I think it just depends what direction they're heading in, and they still want to compete at a high level. I mean, they want to get to the playoffs next year. I'm not going to say they have a Super Bowl window or anything like that, but trading George Kittle for a middle to high second round pick would have been a more dramatic pivot, because they wouldn't have gotten better in the short run. They wouldn't have gotten like an extra player or an extra future pick or something. It's like, nope, we'll save money by trading George Kittle for a cost controllable 4-year pick. And some teams make that call. Like I saw the Seahawks, they followed the trend of the Geno Smith trade. They basically traded Geno Smith for Jalen Milroe.
Yes, I know it's early, and I know nobody's wearing pads, and I know they just edit it so they only see the good passes, but he's throwing darts out there. I did see him throwing darts.
But that's kind of the same point, right? Like they chose to save $40 million. Well, they didn't save that much because they gave it to Sam Darnold, but they said, we'll take a cost-controlled quarterback over Geno Smith. And if the Niners had done the same thing with George Kittle, it would have been a change of direction for the organization, and they're not ready to do that yet.
No. So good for George Kittle. Obviously, he, you look in the Bay Area and it didn't work out for Clay, but I would say as far as just the beloved athletes out there, George Kittle's definitely up there as far as the Niners are concerned. Debo's gone, right? So Debo's gone. Brock is still kind of new. McCaffrey's still kind of new. George Kittle and Juszczyk, really the only guys kind of still left from those kind of or offensively from the Super Bowl runs. Maybe not this most recent one. Obviously, you got Fred Warner and the guys on the defensive side, Nick Bosa, guys like that. But George Kittle has been there for a very long time, and if somebody was going to get to finish it out, we knew it wasn't going to be a combination of George Kittle, Debo. The list wasn't going to be that long. I think it makes sense that George Kittle is the guy that gets to finish his career, and Debo's doing his thing elsewhere.
Yeah, because George Kittle is going to be a Hall of Famer and a jersey retirement guy for the 49ers, would be my guess. I mean, I don't know for sure how the Niners do that thing, but for sure he's going to make the Hall of Fame, and I would imagine he's going to be regarded as one of the, I know Dave and Jason were having that debate this morning, he's one of the 10 best players in Niners history.
Yeah, as I look at Warren Sharp, who does great analysis for the NFL and different NFL teams, his top 5 teams with the easiest schedules, he's got the Bills at number 5. He's got the Falcons at number 4. He's got the Saints at number 3, the Patriots at number 2, and the San Francisco 49ers with the easiest schedule in 2025. Now, obviously, a lot of this is based on what happened last season and how things could go this season or how they're projected. But, you give a team like the Niners a chip on their shoulder because nobody is really thinking about them right now. And we'll get into this other list that we have as well as Brock Purdy. I think that they could surprise some people. Do I see them going to the Super Bowl? Maybe not. But I do think the Niners are getting to the point where maybe they're getting a little bit disrespected. 916-339-1140. Lambert wants to be part of the conversation. Talk some George Kittle. What's up, Lambert? What you got for us?
Well, first of all, I'm a 49ers fan, and unless you guys forgot about Brent Jones, to me, George Kittle had 2 receptions for 4 yards in an overtime loss in the Super Bowl. That's unacceptable. Right. Brent Jones always performed big in the Super Bowl. So to me, I thought George Kittle should have been traded or moved on and get another tight end in there because his performance really was obnoxious, really.
Yeah. No, that's a good call, Lambert. Well, I think the main thing is that one reason they haven't held on or they haven't moved on from George Kittle is because they haven't been able to find his replacement to that point. They brought in the guy from New Orleans who had, I think, 4 catches on the season or something crazy like that. They tried with the kid from Alabama. That didn't work out. So it's respect, but it's also necessity. When you look at Debo and the 8,000 wide receivers that they have, yeah, Debo was more expendable. They have some of their blocking tight ends, but they haven't been able to find somebody to be George Kittle's successor, and they didn't really look to do that in the tight end market. So I hear what Lambert is saying, and I do think a lot of that was the respect and things like that, but also they don't have another option at the tight end position. They don't.
Well, they did cash out, what's his name? Was it Farrell or whatever from the Jaguars in free agency?
Yeah, the guy who's caught like 4 passes.
Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, if Lambert wants to make the case of like he only had 2 catches in the Super Bowl, fine. But you know what else George Kittle is, based on the analytics and nerd stats, maybe the greatest blocking tight end in the history of the NFL. Like, that's the bigger thing that we don't talk about with the Shanahan running scheme system is like, yeah, George Kittle's an amazing blocker and he's an amazing football player. And, like we said, if they had gone the route of trading him a year early versus maybe a year late, like Belichick tried to do with Gronkowski before the body broke down, sure, okay, it wouldn't have felt fun. It would have been a change of direction. The Niners have a spotty history with early draft picks, so you don't trust that they're going to be able to replicate that production the way that Belichick did with the Patriots. So they made the safe call to extend the Hall of Famer into his 30s.
Look, we thought Juszczyk was good. There's just some guys at the Niners and Kyle Shanahan and Jed York and the crew, they're just not willing to move off of. We thought Kyle Juszczyk was gone. There was a lot of drama with the wives, and then he came back. 916 says if they traded Kittle for a second, they could have drafted Tyler Warren, the stud out of Penn State, with pick 11, then went defense with the 2nd round pick. Definitely could have done that. Now that we know what came out, unless they really liked Michael. and they did not want to miss out on him. And he's got some crazy projections, right? His wingspan, things like that. I think that the Niners, there are certain situations where they care about what others think, and certain situations they clearly don't care about what others think when it comes to the offensive line. But they've been searching for somebody to be opposite Nick Bosa, which Michael won't necessarily be that, but he will help. And they've been searching for George Kittle's successor for years, and they haven't been able to find it.
I don't think they ever will.
And they probably won't. So they decided to take a swing on helping Nick Bosa instead of the successor conversation. And maybe that's the right thing. Maybe that's the wrong thing. I think it's a combination of necessity as well as we want George Kittle to finish. And, I'm leaving here with something, right? Those Niner teams that got to the Super Bowl multiple times and never won the whole thing, maybe this was the one thing that they felt like we can move on from Debo. We could even move on from Brandon Ayuk, but this is the one guy that before this thing is all said and done, we're going to give it a couple more cracks at it, and we want George Kittle. The 4-year deal. It's not a 2-year. This is not a, hey, let's sign him off to the sunset. It's a 4-year deal.
I haven't seen all the contract language yet, but a lot of times with these NFL deals, it's like a 4-year deal that's actually a 2-year deal, right, or actually a 3-year deal because of the guarantees.
I'm even hit with something.
That's right. And we're going to have George Kittle in that ring of honor if it's the last thing we do. The last thing we'll do is talk to Whitey Gleason, who joins us for a little bit of crosstalk. Senor Segway strikes again. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com. SacramentoKings.com.
Get ready for Monster Truck Madness, featuring Rockstar, California Kid, Identity Theft, Spitfire, Reverse, Titan, and Monster Truck Rides. Saturday, May 10th with 2 back-to-back shows at the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds. Shows at 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Grab your tickets now. StuckInDirtTrack.com. Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles. Whitey, I've been waiting to tell you this story.
Allen Stiles. What's up, Allen Stiles? Love your new theme song.
It's pretty funny, a little bit embarrassing.
Uh-oh.
So, and I've decided I love working Fridays for the River Cats because I've worked Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. Everybody's the most happy on Fridays. There's so much hope. The weekend's right in front of you, right? Sometimes Saturday you've been running around with the kids all day. You still got to go to the dang game. And Sunday, Monday. That's the vibe I get. Fridays, everybody, they want to take pictures with me. It's great. So the game is over, right? And I'll be honest with you, haven't signed a lot of autographs in my life, right? Only 1 or 2 times towards the end of my career, but I don't have a lot of experience.
I know you refused to sign for me.
Yes, exactly. So these kids come up. Well, the mom wanted them. The mom said, "Hey, you guys, there's the host if you want something." And I can hear them talking, right? And she says, they really want something signed by someone, right, who's connected to the River Cats. I said, sure. So they give a Sharpie.
Orphan Andrew.
Right, exactly. So they have a Sharpie and they have foul balls. So these balls are a bit worn a little bit. And I'd never signed a ball with Sharpie. Most of the time, a pen will do just fine. And they had a pen. Said, no, I have the Sharpie in here. Because of like the grittiness of the ball, Whitey, just 3 of the worst signatures. They all look completely different.
But they were happy probably, right?
I mean, they couldn't even make out. I couldn't make out what I said. At one point I did an A, did my name, and then did an A. I didn't even do an S. It was a disaster, Whitey. It was a disaster. Then one kid,
Stiles?
Yeah, one kid had like a tie-dye ball, which is smooth, and that one was fine. Sure. But the Sharpie on the baseball, I got new respect for these baseball players because just give me a pen. Just give me a pen. The Sharpies are tough, man. So I had to tell you that.
So you're still figuring out what your signature is going to look like.
I have a signature, but it just didn't get executed. And the ball's round, it's on a flat surface. So I got respect for the ball players. More so because of that than anything else.
Jackson Merrill of the Padres apparently has a number of different signatures, and collectors get upset. He's like, which is your signature, that one or this one? They're different. He's like,
that's
working through some things.
Yeah, I'm sure mine is those balls are worth just as much as the balls that Jackson Merrill signed. But those kids, 3 completely different signatures. I had to tell you that.
Did they scream?
They did once they got it. Well, Dinger was busy. So I said, the line was too long for Dinger. I'm like, you can have Dinger sign it, right? Okay. I did, but I signed some. Kid asked me to sign his visor, and I was surprised. And I said, "You want me to sign the inside or outside?" He said, "The outside." And that one I nailed because it was gold Sharpie on a visor.
Nice.
That one I nailed, but the actual balls, terrible, man.
Big week for baseball around here. I heard you talking about it.
Yes, yeah.
Huge
Everyone
week.
was mad at me because I thought 107 to get in the door. I really it was just a reaction to hearing the triple digits, but 107 to get in for the Yankees.
Not everybody. One guy from the 775.
One guy from Reno was upset, but 107 to get in the door for the Yankees. I guess that makes sense, right?
Just to get in, huh?
That's what I said.
That is kind of crazy.
That's what I said.
See, what I would rather do is go tonight and watch a real first place team for $20.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's the weekend also. It's the Yankees on a weekend.
That's right. And Friday was the most expensive. You know why? Because everybody's in a great mood.
Right.
And I'm being in a great mood when I listen to your show, Whitey. What's on the show today?
We're still working on a few things. Ryan Hollins, Rockets broadcaster, former King.
Yeah.
He says he's around. So we're going to see if we can't talk to him about what the heck happened to his Rockets.
I mean, we know what happened.
Yeah. What?
Van Vliet's a choker.
Yeah, you're paying Van Vliet $40 million, and you have no closer, and you gave the ball to Şengün to win the game. And what was that, game 4? You deserve to lose.
Wait, Şengün was pretty off yesterday.
He was.
Van Vliet screaming at him, "Wake up!"
Yeah, was that to him?
I think it might have been, yeah.
But Van Vliet, come on, Van Vliet.
I got a lot of laughs.
You're not the guy. You're not.
He's
not
got
that
a ring.
guy, pal.
Van Vliet has beaten the Warriors on the biggest stage.
Van Vliet's also an all-star. I don't know why you disrespect him.
He's getting paid. Are you opting into $44 million?
No, but that doesn't mean he's a bum.
He's not a bum. But $44 million.
He had a pretty good series for the middle games.
Yeah, he got hot for a hot second, but
not the games they won. Am I right?
Nah, he did nothing.
I did find very funny, Whitey, the idea of everyone was like, the double big revolution is here. And then Steve Kerr was like, let me just put Looney in. And now your double bigs are over.
Boy, he's just always there.
And
put Looney in. All right. And I'll save the day for you. Then I'll go back to the bench.
Any chance your Warriors beat the Timberwolves?
My Warriors?
Yeah.
They were my Warriors in the last series. I took a lot of heat for that because I rooted for them against the Rockets.
Why?
I can't stand the Rockets.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they'll be my Warriors in the next round. Depends who I pick. I don't know about you, but when you make predictions, whoever I pick to win, I find that that's who I root for because I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, I initially had the Timberwolves, and then Kyle took the Timberwolves, so I swapped to the Warriors.
Oh, did you? So they're your Warriors.
They're Warriors. They're the Warriors.
People are like, oh, Kuminga.
It's
frankly insane.
It's over. And when he's in Sacramento next season,
not going to happen.
Brooklyn.
How bad is his market now? Is he getting 20 a year?
Well, I don't know. And it's really the fit with the Warriors, but that obviously has driven down his market. And then he just doesn't play like he knows what they're supposed to be doing. It's a bad mix for him. Well, I don't think he'll get 20.
I don't think he'll get 20.
Oh, I see the vision. Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, turning around the Wizards
to space it out. Well, and here's the other thing, Whitey, and I do this because I know it cracks you up when I bring things back to myself. But the Kenny Lofton comp, right, that I had back in the day. Remember when I sent you that?
Okay, yeah.
You asked for my profile, so I sent it to you.
I thought it was Kenny Loggins.
No,
okay, Kenny Lofton. All right.
But I had a coach back in the day tell me, you need to remind them of someone. Unless you're LeBron or somebody like that, you need to remind them of someone. And I don't know who Jonathan Kuminga reminds me of besides a mini Giannis, which is not
a thing.
No, there's not. Oh, so you can't shoot. You're just smaller and can't impact the game the same. And Giannis is I would say not even mini Giannis because Giannis can pass and can rebound because he's not mini Giannis. He's Giannis. So I think a part of the issue with Kuminga is you look at the league, and Draymond's talked about this. If you're either a dude or you fit a role, Kuminga really wants to be a dude. But even so, if I'm looking at who is Jonathan Kuminga as far as a previous star, I don't have an answer for you.
I think he would have been better off if he had been drafted by a bad team because then he could have played 30 minutes, good or bad.
Yeah.
And he never has had that chance, of course, on this team.
Yeah.
And now I think maybe to an extent, the boat is left, the docks.
It's not the same at all as Trey Lance, but it is a similar thought process where you're the Warriors. I know when you're drafting in the lottery, everybody is looking ceiling, and we'd have to look back at that draft. I think they missed on somebody, but you took a project very similar to the Niners and
could have had Franz Wagner.
That's right. That's who it was.
That's who I told them to take at the time.
You could have had Franz Wagner, but you took a project knowing that you could not give the project time to project.
They could have had Halliburton in the draft before that, but they took Jimmy Wiseman.
Now that one, yeah, but no one was taking Halliburton.
They could have had LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says he was told that they were going to take him.
LaMelo?
There's video of him like, I'm going number 2, supposedly. Jalen Rose tells a whole story. Somebody called him and told him they were taking him, and then they changed their mind, or maybe he was pranked.
Halliburton was also projected to be a top 5 pick. Like, let's not pretend like he was this reach by the Kings at 12.
I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah, I know the Warriors was considered a little high to take Halliburton wrongly at the time.
And now he never has to face a healthy team. And now he's going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
You know what's so funny about that is in hindsight, if you had to redraft that 2020 draft class, it would go Anthony Edwards 1, Tyrese Halliburton 2, LaMelo Ball 3, which is what it probably should have been.
Forget about Maxey. I mean, I remember one of the things people said about that draft was there's a couple guys at the top, but then, and there have been some really good players out of that draft.
And just like this past draft with Devin Carter and Matas Buzelis, there's just a lot of guys that
are basketball players.
Got Obi Toppin in that draft
guy. Who was your guy again? And how'd he do? Refresh our memory.
Jean Salon could not find time on the Hornets. And when they came to Sacramento, I thought, I hope everybody forgets that this was my guy. He's only 19 or 20, but it was bad, Whitey. It was bad.
Mm-hmm.
He's got size, though. And he can shoot.
You know, book isn't closed.
But I did hit on Dalton Connect. We know that now.
What do you mean? He didn't play in the playoffs.
I did hit on Dalton. That's not his fault. I did hit on Dalton Connect and Matas Buzelis. We can.
You hit on?
Yeah, we can confidently say that now.
How many guys were your guy then in the first round?
It's like 8 of them.
Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 of them are good. Yeah, I nailed it.
Tristan Da Silva was his guy.
No, Tristan Da Silva not my guy. Dalton, Matas, Tejan, and Khalil Ware.
Oh, wow.
Those are my guys.
So you've hit 2 out of 4.
I'm 4 out of 4. I'm 3 out of 4 with Jean Salon.
Dude, Dalton Connect. I don't know what happened with him. I couldn't understand. The Lakers just had no shooting, and he just couldn't see the floor.
Over this weekend, I met someone. He was our fan of the game. He's at Oregon for sports psychology. Dalton Connect is going to need that. After
really,
I mean, being half traded, his confidence is shot. He's come to Sacramento, do the deal. DeMar DeRozan, whoever you need. Get Dalton Connect.
Okay. All right.
I know you see the vision. Please tell me you heard me talking about James Harden.
I did not hear that today.
Dave got up and left.
Talk about a sports psychologist.
Yeah, Dave got up and left. But here, it's not about winning the whole thing. He's gotten to the playoffs how many times, Kyle?
16-16.
What? I don't know what your point is here, so I'm not sure.
James Harden will drag them to the first round of the playoffs.
You're defending James Harden?
No. But James Harden in Sacramento gets you to the playoffs.
If I didn't have the next 4 hours to do, I would walk out too.
That's Whitey Gleason. No Kyle Draper today. Whitey Gleason, Jay Johnson, Drive Guys coming up next. Thank you to all the callers, texters, Sack Chatters. Thanks to Kyle. As always, happy Monday, everyone. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Like to be.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go. You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit.